they all online? I can't see.
So we've got two so far.
Where's... I'll just check that everyone can hear me. Councillors Clark, Councillors Palmer and Deputy Mayor, you can hear? Okay. I'll just check that Councillor Palmer is there.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Well, good evening, councillors and members of the public gallery. I will officially open this evening's ordinary council meeting at 7:02 p.m. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. There are no announcements from the presiding member this evening. Attendance. This evening we have the Deputy Mayor and Councillors Clark and Palmer in attendance via electronic means in accordance with Regulation 14C 2CI. I have authorised the attendance of Councillor Earhart, Deputy Mayor, and Councillors Clark and Palmer by electronic means due to the increased level of COVID-19 in the community, this being consistent with Regulation 14C 2B. There are no leaves of absence this evening or remaining councillors present in the chamber this evening. Applications for leave of absence. Are there any councillors who would like to apply for a leave of absence? Councillor Bull.
Thank you. 5 June to 8 June and 12 June to 15 June 2022.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'd like to apply for 16 June to 22 June inclusive. Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, I'd like to apply for leave from the 25th of June to the 16th of July.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to apply for June 20th to the 22nd inclusive.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to apply for leave for the 28th of June. I won't be able to make the OCM that evening.
Thank you. Are there any other leave of absence applications? If not, I'll ask if there's a mover. Councillor Sutherland, seconder. Councillor Maleka, put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Item 5, disclosures of interest. Are there any councillors who have an interest to disclose? Deputy Mayor? Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Item 10.5.2, the Maylands Town Centre Revitalisation. It's an impartial interest. My mother owns property on 8th Avenue. I'll be staying in the room to vote.
Councillor Maleka?
Item 10.4.2, proposed art studio addition to Alice House. It's an impartial interest. I am currently a member of Alice House.
Any other interests? Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. Item 10.2.3, list of payments for the month of April 2022. It mentions the Bayswater Bowls and Recreation Club, as mentioned in the report, and I'm a social member. And likewise, sorry, the Ellis House one, my apology, I'll add the number in later. I'm also a member of Ellis House.
Thank you. Councillor Bull?
Thanks. Item 10.3.2, Bayswater Men's Shed expansion. I'm a member of the Bayswater Men's Shed. It's an impartial interest and I'll stay in the room. 10.5.1, proposed temporary closure of portions of Railway Parade Bayswater. The item contains a letter to Durham Road School. I'm on the school board of Durham Road School. It's an impartial interest and I'll stay in the room.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mayor. 10.2.3, I'm also a social member of Bayswater Bowls Club. I'm just looking for the number related to the sustainability in design policy. I think it's 10.6.1.2. It mentions under separate cover that it has an effect in terms of heritage, and I live in a heritage house. So that it's quite remote, but that may be perceived to affect the value of my house. So I'll leave the room for that item as a financial interest.
Thank you. Okay, I don't believe there's any other disclosures. I'll now move on to item 6, public question time. Members of the gallery, I'll first call for questions on items on this evening's agenda, and then I will open questions on items not on the agenda. Please keep in mind that you are limited to 3 questions. So are there any questions on tonight's agenda?
Thank you. So my 2 questions sort of generally do relate to item 10.3.3. So the first one is the Council's urban forest strategy states that one of the priority action items from that strategy is to create an urban forest implementation plan. I did check online and I couldn't find one, so I'm wondering if it has been completed.
The city has been focusing on building its internal capability to undertake street tree planting to be able to plant approximately 3,000 street trees per year, as well as tree maintenance methodology to reduce mortality. A leader survey of the canopy is undertaken every 3 years to measure and monitor changes to the canopy. Further work is currently being undertaken to consolidate these initiatives and practices into an implementation plan. This information is available via an application on our public map portal.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is that considering that the suburbs of Naranda and Morley have the lowest tree canopy percentages of all the 7 suburbs in the city, and as research shows that leafy streets increase property values and reduce crime and reduce mental stress, I'm wondering, with the current opt-in process for new street trees being planted, what would councillors respond, how would councillors respond to residents in Naranda and Morley in the future who ask why there's so few street trees in our streets?
I'd say everyone has their own unique perspective and lived experience, and I respect everyone's views. And as someone, speaking as someone who's lived in one of the areas that you've mentioned in Naranda for over 40 years, my perspective and my lived experience is very different to that perception.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on tonight's agenda? On the agenda, is it on tonight's agenda? George. Mr. Key?
Yes,
Hi.
George A. Key, George Alexander Key, 36 Hudson Street, Bayswater. Mrs. Mayor, may I ask who these people are along the front here before I commence? Are they VIPs? Or?
They're officers, city officers.
Oh. When I've been here before, there's never been that. So
The people behind are the VIPs where you're sitting.
Thank you. First, may I congratulate you, Philomena, on being elected Mayor of Bayswater. I'm sure you'll be a resounding success, and I wish you all well. Secondly, I'd like to support and congratulate Councillor Georgie Johnson on her submission to Metronet. Several years ago, Bayswater was a showpiece. Murtone Village was to be upgraded. Trees on street verges were trimmed, and the Maylands playground was to get further development by the City of Bayswater. There are other things, but I can't list them. Too long. Bayswater is now a disaster area as far as I'm concerned, even the Morley Shopping Centre. Now we are informed the city is in some sort of a financial crisis. Despite 3 and 4 houses being built on quarter-acre blocks, we are also informed 2 councillors were aware of the worsening situation some time ago. Question 1. Why has it taken council so long to investigate the financial situation, as it was evidently apparent? Question 2. Councillors of the City of Bayswater, and I'm looking at you all, and please don't laugh. Please don't laugh. Have you considered reducing your remuneration to help the situation? In other words, I haven't got a clue what you get. Well, I have, because I've been to meetings before. But the ratepayers of Bayswater do provide your salary, your annual salary and any meetings you go to. And I think we're entitled to know at the end of the year just how much each one is getting. Question 3, I'd like to know who is the clown. I've got it here, who is the clown, but he's probably a responsible person, responsible for placing traffic signs, advertising markets, etc. on Watley Crescent and King William Streets. The roads are narrow and dangerous in this area. And that is my submission. Thank you, Mrs. Mayor.
Thank you for your questions, Mr. Key. I'll address each one of those. So, in response to your first question, in late 2021, the city's administration took the opportunity to review its existing long-term financial plan and identified that some assumptions made at the time of developing the plan were no longer valid for a variety of reasons. The city's administration addressed these matters with elected members via a series of workshops, which has resulted in the Mayor's recent notice of motion in April 2022 to present an independent detailed analysis of expenditure, revenue and financial management over the past 5 years to Council. This work will be undertaken in coming months. In response to your second question, councillors' remuneration is determined by the Salaries and Allowances Tribunal. Local governments are allocated to bands as set out in Schedule 1 of the Salaries and Allowance Tribunal 1975, Determination of Salaries and Allowances for Local Government. City of Bayswater elected members' remuneration is in accordance with this determination. All expenditure, including remuneration, is reviewed annually during the budget process, and this information is also publicly available in terms of what we receive. In response to question 3, officers have investigated this matter and a garage sale sign was identified and removed, which was not authorised by the city. All other remaining signs are authorised. Thank you. Thank you.
Aileen O'Rourke, 66 King William Street, Bayswater, and 10.3.3, and I've changed this question a little bit just to confuse you, sorry, Matt. The first one. The feedback for the community seems to indicate a strong sense of urgency for more trees and for more trees now. It is the best season now to plant trees. It's winter. This is when they should go in. At the moment, there's 7,000 street tree gaps, and the opt-in option, a hard thing to say, seems to result in only 300 to 500 trees being planted each year. Does the council acknowledge that filling as many as possible of the 7,000 street tree gaps will have a positive effect on tree canopy and community comfort, and the community comfort in sense of aesthetics, shade, amenity, and that the opt-in policy, and that street trees are a fairly simple way of increasing street tree canopy, and that the opt-in policy can never get close to filling these gaps.
I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Second question. The recently distributed flyers promoting Verge tree orders look great, but their design and distribution has not been done for free. What has been the financial cost to the council of creating and distributing these flyers? Will the financial price tag of the council promoting Verge trees to residents be calculated so residents are aware of the promotion component costs for each new street tree order?
The cost to the city of creating and distributing flyers, together with the accompanying letter, was $21,400. Other campaign material, including banners and social media advertisement, has cost the city $1,500. If 3,000 street trees were to be planted, this would equate to $7.63 per tree.
Thank you. Okay, and this is a bit more general, but I'll ask it in the 10.3.3. As the vision of the urban forest strategy is to increase the tree canopy from 13.2% to 20% by the year 2025 through street tree planting, park and natural area plantings, how is the city progressing in reaching the 20% target by 2025?
So the most recent LIDA, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but analysis undertaken in 2021 indicated the city's canopy greater than 3 metres in height had increased to 14.55%. Reaching a 20% target by 2025 is aspirational and will be monitored and adjusted as the need arises.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions in relation to this evening's agenda? If not, are there any questions in relation, thank you, Mr. Walters.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ian Walters, 124 Lawrence Street, Bedford. My first question relates to the city financial statements for the year ending June 21. They're not available, and bearing in mind it's nearly 12 months gone, may I have a detailed statement of why? Because you're paying to have the council's accounts audited, and yet you haven't got the accounts.
I'll go to the Director of Finance.
Thank you, through the Mayor. The audit accounts for 2021 are with the Office of the Auditor General. They are finalising their audit, and I believe we will have the final accounts within the next 2 weeks.
So when is the annual general meeting going to be planned for? You've got 56 days to do it after it's signed off. So when is the meeting getting planned for, or thereabouts?
So through the Mayor, so as soon as we have the final accounts...
And what is actually the hold-up, just in broad terms? I can't understand it. You've got the finance directors, you've got everything else, and I can't understand what the hold-up would be.
Mr Walters, I'll just allow the Director of Finance to answer that question.
Thank you. Through the Mayor. So the Office of the Auditor General are still auditing a number of other local governments. It's beyond the control of the City of Bayswater, so that we are working with them on their timelines. And they know, obviously, they're obviously aware that we are keen to get the accounts signed off as soon as possible.
So I take it that you don't exactly know what they're looking for. Is that what you're saying to me?
Through the Mayor, yes, I do know. There's a number of questions that they're still going through. There's nothing of any concern. They're just going through the process of auditing the accounts.
So what is a simple explanation of how long it's taking?
Mr Walters, I'll just remind you, you've got 3 questions, so this will be your 3rd question.
Yeah, that's the first one. This is the first one, all right? I can't believe it. Okay. The second question. Further to my question at the Ordinary Council meeting on March, my question arises from an incident in my street whereby a motorist was parked in the street, which clearly prohibits no parking, and the City of Bayswater patrol van ignored the breach and as far crossed over the white line, which is an offence. Your response is that the officer felt that his safety was being compromised. I'd like to know, how does he feel his safety's been compromised? He didn't stop. He didn't talk to the driver of the car, and I can't. Tell me how it happens.
I'll go to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I have no knowledge of this incident. I don't know whether any of the directors do.
Through the Chair, I might take that on notice, but if you don't mind, Mr Walters, I don't mind meeting with you and discuss that further.
Okay, next question. I refer to my question at the Ordinary Council meeting of the 26th of the 10th, and this has been going on for about 3 years. Your response quoted the traffic flow at the corner of Lawrence Street and Beaufort Street was submitted. Now, you told me the traffic flow was certain figures, but when my memory served me right, the traffic flow figures that were quoted for the year 2014, and we're in 2022, Mayor. I just can't accept that these presentations have got no authenticity. And would you please do something and answer my question to get the parking problem fixed, because I've been going on this for 10 years and it's about to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get back to you on that one, Mr Walters. Are there any other questions from the gallery?
Harvey Tonkin, just a quick question.
Excuse me, Ms Tonkin, can you please come to the microphone?
It was just a general question. I just noticed that we've got 3 councillors on Zoom. I just wondered whether they're all there. Just
yes,
looks like a still picture. Oh,
no,
it's okay.
I'm still here. I'm just don't have my camera on
No,
all the time.
No, it's all right. It was.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the gallery? No, I'll move on. We have received some written questions from ratepayers, and I'll just get to those. So these were received from Miss Branka Radanovic of 11 Slade Street, Bayswater. Question 1. The recent change to the urban tree policy from opt-out to opt-in for verge tree planting has resulted in an excess of over 2,000 trees that were ordered prior to this policy change and scheduled for planting in verges across the city during this winter 2022. I am at a loss to understand how policy change can override a plan already in place, i.e. 2,000 trees ordered, extra staff employed and an additional truck purchased. A truly irrational decision has been made here and needs to be reversed. I ask the 6 councillors who instigated this change, please reconsider and reverse the change to stay as opt-out, allowing for the said trees to be planted in verges by the city as planned. Can I be assured that this reversal will occur? If this is not reversed, how will the 6 councillors in question reconcile their role in the monetary loss in the forthcoming budget inquiry? Response. The rate of street trees planted will be monitored and determined by council. There will be no monetary loss. The draft budget is currently balanced. Question 2. An opt-in process leaves many streets in the city without continuous or in some cases, any shade cover for pedestrians. Is this not contrary to the city's own strategic community plan, which includes goal number E3, which is to make streets more walkable? Response. Within the parameters of the opt-in policy, city officers are seeking to work with the community to plant trees on verges to contribute to the goal of making streets more walkable. The city will promote the benefits of trees and the creation of walkable streets to encourage more uptake of verge trees amongst the community. Question 3. What is the realistic timeline for the finalisation of the planned revision of the urban tree policy, and will this go out to the public for comment? Response. There is a timetable for the revision of the policy, which starts with the policy being considered by the Policy Review and Development Committee. Several stages are proposed for the revision of the policy, and this will be considered by the committee, including consideration of public consultation. At this stage, it is anticipated that a revised policy will be adopted by council later in the year. The next set of questions have been received from Mr. Michael Eamond of Hinkler Loop Maylands, and they are as follows. Question 1. Yesterday, I observed City of Bayswater workers surreptitiously poisoning trees along the northwest corner of Bungana Lake. 2 individuals driving a City of Bayswater vehicle were discreetly drilling holes in dozens of mature native trees along the lake's edge, some more than 10 metres tall. The holes were drilled on the lakeside in such a manner to not be visible from the path. There was a strong chemical smell upon later inspection. Why is the city poisoning these trees? Response. The city is preparing an area at Lake Bungana for environmental restoration work. The area in question is classified as completely degraded and dominated by melaleucas and casuarinas. This work is being done as part of the Maylands Lakes Restoration Plan. The city is seeking to increase riparian vegetation along the lake shore to assist with nutrient stripping and create a more diverse flora species mix reflective of a naturally occurring environment to provide habitat for fauna. The eucalyptus species in the area will be retained, and several thousand species endemic to the area will be planted as part of the revegetation. This methodology has been highly effective at previous rehabilitation sites on Lake Brearley and the Brickworks stream. Question 2. If the city intends to remove the trees, as appears to be the case, why is it poisoning the trees rather than simply removing them as they have done repeatedly in the past? Response. Works are being undertaken in accordance with management notes provided by the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions, and with permits issued by the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority. It is important to treat the introduced species prior to removal to reduce the risk of them resprouting and compromising revegetation works. Question 3. In a previous discussion held 18 October 2021 with the Manager Sustainability and the City Arborist, at which we inspected more than 100 dead, dying trees along the western edge of Bungana through what I believe was poisoning, the manager was confident that the city would never undertake such action and would simply remove the trees only if they were adversely impacting positive outcomes. Has the city now modified its stance regarding the wholesale poisoning of trees, and if so, why? Response: works are being undertaken in accordance with management notes provided by the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions, and is recommended as the best method for this type of work. Our next question has been received from Mr. Brendan McGrath from Embleton. And the question is, consistent with the data provided at the top of page 99, which provides the number of trees that died and the number of replacement trees planted in 2020-2021 and 2021-2022, can the city please publish the equivalent numbers for the 3 preceding financial years, 2019-20, 2018-19 and 2017-18? Response: this information is not available at the time of this meeting. However, this question will be taken on notice. The next questions are received from Mr. Barry Kramer of 22 Hackbridge Way, Bayswater. WA Premix currently have an application before council who want to upgrade their concrete batching plant on Collier Road. The city and other government agencies have had issues with this development in the past when seeking to resolve issues of non-compliance. Question 1, would you please inform our ratepayers, councillors and me of the total spend from 2011 to May 2022 that WA Premix has cost us ratepayers? Cost to include all administration, lawyer, court and SAT costs, plant monitoring costs, street cleanup costs, etc., etc. Response: since 30 November 2011, approximately $407,000 has been expended by the city in relation to defending the council's position via legal and environmental consultants in the State Administrative Tribunal appeal, including the awarding of costs against the city totalling $112,772.73, an intermittent prosecution of unauthorised operating hours and dust exceedances at the subject site. Additionally, street sweeping cost totalling $570. The city is unable to accurately estimate the city officer time and resulting cost in relation to this site, given the period of time and the number of employees associated with the matter. Fines payable to the city resulting from enforcement action totals approximately $32,381. Question 2. Has council given WA Premix permission to use Grey Street, a street that has 5 traffic calming devices, as a passageway for their 18-tonne trucks travelling to and from their plant in Collier Road? Response: the city has checked the development approval that allows WA Premix to operate from their current premises. There are no conditions on this approval to restrict the use of any particular vehicles on the surrounding road network. Main Roads WA manage access on all public roads, whether they are state or local roads. Generally, vehicles that are 19 metres or less are considered as of right vehicles and can operate on any public road, unless there is a specific condition restricting access through a condition of a development approval or a general prohibition to a class of vehicle through the Local Government Act. Vehicles greater than 19 metres in length are considered restricted access vehicles and require a permit from Main Roads WA to be able to operate on specific roads. Main Roads WA mapping indicates that restricted access vehicles are not permitted on Grey Street north of Shalford Street. Although specific details are not supplied regarding the types of vehicles that are being witnessed on Grey Street, the mention of 18-tonne trucks would suggest that the trucks are likely to be as of right vehicles which would be allowed to operate on any part of Grey Street without the prior approval of the City or Main Roads WA. The next set of questions were received from Mr. Jamie Petrovic of Grey Street, Bayswater. I believe WA Premix, who is operating a concrete batching plant in Collier Road, 180 metres from homes, is breaching their SAT operating and production licence almost daily with traffic concerns, noise and dust pollution, including spewing concrete and aggregate over the intersections and roads. So I ask the questions. Question 1. Who in this local government is responsible for policing and monitoring this illegal plant to ensure this is not happening? If there is someone doing it, what has been recorded? Response. The concrete batching plant is authorised to operate in accordance with conditions of development approval granted in December 2016 by the State Administrative Tribunal and in accordance with conditions of a current licence from the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation. In addition, concrete batching plants in WA are controlled and bound by state regulations. The activities of the plant are regulated by officers from the city's Environmental Health and Development and Place branches, as well as DEWA. The City and DEWA have records of previous concerns raised, management plans, inspections and monitoring results. This information is used to monitor the operations of the plant for compliance with its conditions of approval. Question 2. Has anyone ever checked the noise and pollution monitoring devices positioned around the plant to see if what I say is true? If not, why not? Response. The business uses handheld noise meters, data loggers, to monitor the effectiveness of their noise controls. The fixed dust monitoring devices on site are viewed by city officers during inspections and reports are received from an environmental consultant with a view to ensuring compliance. That's all the public questions that we've received. I'll now move on to item 7, confirmation of minutes. Can I have a mover to confirm the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting on the 26th of April 2022? Deputy Mayor, do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. I'll now move on to item 8, presentations. Petitions. Do we have any petitions to be tabled this evening? Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Yes, I have one petition this evening. It comes with a explanatory note, a couple of explanatory notes as well. The petition itself reads as follows. We, the undersigned, being the electors of the district, formally petition the City of Bayswater to address the following. Traffic calming proposed under the low-cost urban road program does not sufficiently address the issue of relatively high traffic volumes in Roberts Street. It is requested that the Bayswater Council investigate evidence-based volume management strategies to reduce non-resistant passenger, trade and commercial vehicle use of Roberts Street, including heavy, rigid and articulated trucks, taking into account envisaged impacts of Metronet developments, Caledonia level crossing closure and Tonkin Gap project, including consultation with residents to identify and implement preferred solutions. As the initiator of the petition, my name is Anna Husker and I can be contacted at, and her address is there. It is signed by 160 people in total, including 119 resident signatures. Overall, 96% of the residents between Murray Street and Guildford Road support the call for traffic volume control in Roberts Street.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, thank you. I would like to table a petition on behalf of the Bayswater Urban Tree Network, and I will read it out loud. On behalf of the Bayswater Urban Tree Network to Mayor Councillor Filomena Piferetti and the Councillors City of Bayswater, we demand that the responsibility for where new birch trees are planted becomes the Council's responsibility. The City has a clear greening vision So let's work towards it. There are approximately 7,000 locations in the streets of Embleton, Morley, Noranda, Bayswater, Maylands, Bedford, and Mount Lawley where veg trees could be planted. However, each year there are only about 300 new veg trees planted. The Council's current urban tree policy has a slow and ineffective process of deciding where new veg trees are to be planted. Unbelievably, the process relies on adjacent homeowners to contact the Council and lodge an order form. This process results in streets in our suburbs that have very few street trees with no plans to plant more. Worse still, if a veg tree dies, it is only replaced if the homeowner asks the Council for a new veg tree. We say no to this. Each individual tree provides numerous benefits to our entire community. It is ludicrous that it is left to individual homeowners to be responsible for increasing our veg tree numbers. We demand that Council effects a process to provide veg trees for all residents and all streets now. And I understand that 245 signed the petition.
Thank you. The next item is presentations, and there are no presentations this evening. Deputations were heard at last week's agenda briefing forum, and there are no delegates' reports this evening. I'll now move on to item 9, method of dealing with agenda business. Councillors, please note that items 10.6.1.3, which was Planning Policy Review Mobile Food Vehicles, and 10.6.1.4, Proposed Local Planning Policy, Bedford North Design Guidelines, were listed on the agenda, but were deferred at the Planning Policy Review and Development Committee meeting, so they will not be considered this evening. We'll now move to this evening's item, and pulling first this evening is Councillor Bull.
Thank you. Just before I do, can I just ask a question? Those two items that you mentioned, deferred, where were they deferred to? And the committee has no delegated authority, so wouldn't any kind of deferral motion, as previously happened in this council, need a council endorsement, as has happened previously?
I'll go to the governance officer, or the CEO, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. In my view, the committee has not acted outside of any delegated authority. It's acted in accordance with the standing orders, and I think that is appropriate. A committee is entitled to use the provisions of the standing orders in order to conduct its business, and a legitimate action or part of the standing orders is to defer a decision until they have appropriate information, which will be provided to the next meeting of that committee.
Thanks. Then why has it needed a council resolution in the past?
I can't answer that because I wasn't here, but I do not see any reason for a committee report to come to council for a decision when there's no decision to make. This would apply to where a report is received for information or simply for deferral because of lack of information or the need for more information.
And my other question?
Sorry, what was the
My
other
first question? Where was it deferred to and when? These two items.
It was deferred from the last meeting of that committee to the next meeting of that committee.
And when's that going to be held?
Yet to be determined, but one thing I will be doing is changing the meeting cycle of some of these committees so that there is an appropriate time for the reports from those committees to be considered by council appropriately. So
thank you.
I don't think they'll be held in the week before the council meeting.
Yeah,
so
that's great. Thank you. Yep.
I'll now move on to Councillor Bull Pulling.
Can I just ask, sorry, a follow-up question just on this one? If
Go
I may,
ahead.
just one question. Is there any time limit on the time where items can be deferred at committees before they come to council? In other words, can an item be buried in a policy or any committee and never come to council? Is there a time limit? Because this is news to us, we never heard that. So is there any time limit now?
Certainly, there is no time limit specified in the standing orders, but it would not be good practice, obviously, from what you suggest, to defer an item indefinitely so that no decision is ultimately made. But I will assure you that at the next meeting of this particular committee, this item will be discussed and on the agenda.
Thank you very much.
I'll now go to Councillor Bull.
Thank you. Can I please pull 10.3.3 and 10.5.2? Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
I've got nothing to pull, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Johnson.
Probably, sorry, thank you. 14.1.1 and 14.1.2, which are in the confidential.
Thank you. Councillor Maleka. Councillor Osazowski.
Thank you. 10.3.1, which is the EMRC item, and 10.3.2, which is the Bayswater Men's Shed expansion item.
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Nothing. It's been pulled. Thank you.
Councillor Eason.
Yeah, just 10.4.1, please.
Councillor Sutherland.
No, nothing from me.
Deputy Mayor.
Nothing from me, thank you.
And Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Only my notice of motion 11.1. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to try something different this evening and I'm going to see if this works. So just bear with me. I'm going to move the en bloc to the beginning and see how this works. So normally we debate and then move everything that we haven't at the end of the meeting. We're going to try moving it at the beginning. So I'll go to the CEO.
Thank you, Councillor. Just again, as a matter of good practice, quite often you'll see members of the gallery who are present, who may be interested in seeing the outcome of a particular item that hasn't been withdrawn. What that generally means is they have to sit through all the items that have been withdrawn before they get to see the answer of their particular item. So it just means that that the members of the public are not as familiar with meeting procedures as councillors and staff. So if a resolution is passed adopting the items that have not been withdrawn for discussion, basically means they can go home.
So I'll read out the items, but their item number. Oh, sorry. Councillor Clark.
Can I just flag, are we also then going to, you might need to pull out the one that I've disclosed a financial interest on because I needed to leave the room for that. So that
Yeah.
can't be blocked.
Thank you for pointing that out. I will, that's 10.6.1.2.
Yes, that's correct. I've just checked the item as well, Mayor. That's the one that I was referring to with the heritage references.
So what I'm going to do is the items that where an interest has been declared or has been pulled or requires an absolute majority, they won't be moved en bloc. They will need to be, they will be left. So I'll read out the ones that will be moved en bloc, which is item 10.2.3, 10.2.4, 10.4.3, 10.4.4, 10.5.1, 10. Is that a financial interest? So it's an impartial interest, so you're staying in the room? No one else has pulled it, so it can be moved en bloc.
Can I move a procedural motion that we suspend standing orders to have a proper discussion about this? It's quite a significant procedural change. No, I'm moving a procedural motion to suspend standing orders.
I'll see if there's a seconder. Councillor Clark. So,
Yeah, ask him to what the motion is and what his point of order is. It's only a
can you please clarify your motion?
It's a motion to suspend standing orders.
Okay. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Palmer and myself. All those against is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland and the Deputy Mayor. Standing orders are now suspended, councillors.
Thank you. Can I please speak? Thanks. I feel quite blindsided. That's the first thing I'd say. I wasn't aware that this kind of procedural change was on the cards and had been discussed, let alone it was going to be implemented without councillors being made aware at a minimum beforehand. So I feel quite unprepared for the situation that we're facing right now. It is a change to the way in which this council has undertaken en bloc resolutions since any of us have been on this council, and potentially even before that. Madam Mayor, you'll remember a time when you were sitting down here and inadvertently forgot to pull an item, and it was en bloc, and you wanted to speak on that, but it had just gone too far. I think that was in your first 2 years as a councillor that happened. Had you been 30 seconds quicker, you would have had an opportunity to pull that item late in the council meeting. The primary issue that I have with moving to this way of going about things is that there may be an item that a councillor wishes to pull during the meeting where it hasn't dawned on them prior to the meeting or at the time of having the opportunity to pull, that they do want to pull. They may come up with a better option or a different option because something has struck them during the meeting. The risk that we have with moving items en bloc early is that we miss out, councillors miss out on a later opportunity to be able to do something that may result in an even better outcome than what was otherwise going to happen. I acknowledge the point of the CEO around people in the gallery potentially having to wait through the meeting. Maybe the trick is to have a staff member touch base with each person in the gallery to check whether they're here for a specific item so that the presiding officer can be made aware of that early and give the opportunity to bring that item up the front. So there are other ways to deal with that particular issue, and I don't think that issue in itself should be the reason for en bloc resolutions to happen at the start of the meeting.
Deputy Mayor, you'd like to say something?
Yeah, look, I'm surprised, but I do think it is, well, from my experience, it has been common practice with other councils to do en bloc at the front. I don't see the difference in moving it from the back of the meeting to the front of the meeting because there's no real substantive changes. And I'd say to the points that Councillor Bull has raised is that councillors should go into these meetings prepared, having read agendas and having made their notes on which items that they want to pull and be prepared. And if they are reading an agenda during a meeting to pull out stuff at the end, then that's on them and their lack of preparation. And that's the way that I would view it.
Councillor Clark?
Can I just say, I must admit, I think it's rather than Councillor Earhart suggesting that councillors around this table haven't read all their agendas, which I don't think is true or fair of the councillors around this table. I think we all read everything that comes before us, and it comes in lots of iterations. One of the things I have struggled with and was going to raise at the end of this meeting is that tonight's agenda came in, I kid you not, 8 different parts. And I was scrapping around this afternoon trying to find parts 9 and 10 because no one had bothered to tell any of the councillors that they'd already been pulled and they weren't going to be dealt with tonight. So it starts to get a little bit messy. This makes it even messier. So what I can't quite reconcile, Mayor, is your list of on block items now as against the absolute majority items, because they're not listed in the contents page. The numbering in the agenda tonight does not match up with any of the numbering in any of the printed documents that I have. And so I'm left trying to scramble to do this. I mean, I think it's just a courtesy that perhaps we could have been given a heads up about this. The other only issue that I have with this arrangement is that there are times during the meetings that people realise mid-meeting, having read the documents and flicking back to another page to cross-reference something, people then realise that there's actually a conflict of interest to disclose. So I think the risk from a governance point of view for this council is that people, that in changing this, which if we're going to change it, fine, would have appreciated a heads up because I would have prepped quite differently for the meeting, is that people may miss disclosing conflicts of interest while during the meeting.
Councillor Bull, did you have your hand up before?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to mention that in my experience, well, firstly, I always prepare for meetings, so that's the first thing I just mentioned. However, sometimes a debate in one item may spring an idea in relation to another item because they may have some kind of similarity in some case. So I think the assumption that someone thinks of something else on an item because they haven't prepared it is probably a flawed assumption. In my experience, it's more the other possibility.
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yeah, look, I share some of the reservations that were mentioned here. And beyond that, I think it is against good governance to surprise councillors like this at a meeting with changing practice that happened probably forever. I don't know how long. I think it could have been, there is no agency to do that. The mayor or the chair can always read the items that were not pulled if that is the reason, just to notify someone, but we don't have to move them. But again, to change something like this, like that, we have workshops, we have briefings. There's so many ways to raise it with councillors, sending an email. Why does it need to be now when we have so many more important items to discuss tonight? So I think it is against good governance to raise ad hoc decisions like this, and I hope that councillors will get more notice next time before changes to our practices occur.
Does anyone else want to speak? Otherwise, Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you. I will just very briefly, I share some of the concerns that have also been raised. I would like to have known about this a little bit earlier. I would, however, like to highlight that at the EMRC, we actually do this where we bring all the items forward en bloc and it takes care of them. They're done and dusted and we move on. So I quite like the efficiency that it creates. However, in this instance, I would have liked to have had a little bit more notice, and perhaps this is something that could be discussed via an email or through some other means over the next couple of weeks, so that if this is something that we are going to be doing to create efficiencies that the CEO has talked about, then perhaps it's something that we could do next month or onwards. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Johnson. No, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, likewise, it would have been good to have some more notice because I would have prepared a little bit differently. So on that, I probably would pull another item. Because, yeah, if we're going to go ahead with this change, I mean, whether we do it at the start or beginning, I don't see that it's any more or less efficient. Doing it at the end just is a nice wraparound for anything that we've left out. With regard to the members of the public that are hearing the items, to be honest, often we do know what people are here for because they've spoken on it. or ask questions about it. And I mean, I recall meetings over, my last 4 years where we've had people here and we've sort of said, oh, you're here, what are you here for? And we've actually brought the items forward to discuss. So while I appreciate the CEO's concern for the members in the gallery, I think we usually address that. Having myself sat in the gallery until 1 o'clock in the morning waiting for my item to come up, I'm completely aware that it has been done like that for a long time. And I'm ambivalent about the change. I can see the advantages of both, but I think we've managed well in the past, and I would have liked more notice too.
Thank you for everyone's feedback. I'll just on a comment that's been said about members in the gallery. I think the CEO, the intention behind it was also there are people now watching online as well, so it's not just members of the gallery. So there's no way for officers to find out who's watching online, what item they're looking, waiting to hear. So I believe the intention about this was about making more efficient meetings. Many other councillors do it at the beginning. It's to taking into consideration the people who are interested in the agenda items and not having them wait when we have had some meetings go to ridiculous hours in the morning. So that was the intention behind it. I'll also say that I'll just remind councillors that I gave an invitation to all councillors for meeting training because I thought it would be really good for us as a group to have meeting training, and not everyone has taken that opportunity to be involved. So I'll also just really want to echo what Councillor Peterson-Pick said. I do agree with the comments that you made that it's not good to surprise councillors, and that these type of things are important to be communicated in advance. So I really take that on board, that we should talk about these things and anything that is important for decision making in advance. So I will now move to reinstate standing orders. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bull. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. So what I'm going to do then, after listening to councillors' feedback, I'm not going to move anything on block at the beginning, and we will continue and we will discuss this for further, the changes for further meetings. So I've got what everyone has pulled, and we will now consider the items first that were subject of deputations. So we'll begin with item 10.3.2, Bayswater Men's Shed expansion, and that was pulled by Councillor Ostaszewski. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
There was an alternate that I asked for last week, and the city has prepared that in an addendum.
Have all councillors received the addendum? Councillor Palmer, you're saying no. I'll just get that on the screen, Councillor Palmer, so you can have a look. I'm just confirming with Councillor Palmer that you can see the wording on the screen.
Apologies, nothing's come up yet, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Ostaszewski, do you mind reading it out?
Not a problem, thank you. So the addendum reads, or the changes read, that Council number 1 acknowledge and thank the members of the Bayswater Community Men's Shed for the offer of $7,000 as a contribution towards the Men's Shed expansion project. So that's the new limb. And then limb number 2 is very similar to what it was before, with a reduced dollar value, considers including a total expenditure allocation of $30,000 with a $7,000 contribution from the Men's Shed in the draft budget for the purposes of the expansion, etc. So limb 1 is new, Councillor Palmer, and the only change in the other limb was the reduction from $40,000 down to $30,000, with the total of the project now max at $30,000.
Thank you.
So do I have a seconder? Councillor Eason. Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you. To the Bayswater Men's Shed community, thank you so much for working on this project with me over a period of, I think, 5 years now. And I'm glad that we've gotten to this point tonight where we're finally considering allocating, or at least considering an allocation of some money into the budget. Thank you also to the group for contributing some finances towards the project to help lessen the burden on the city's finances. And also thank you to the city as well for re-looking at the dollar figure of $40,000 and bringing that down to $30,000, and understanding that all of the extra costs that we were talking about in regards to upgrading electrical boards most likely won't be required, and that the costs for this project can be done for around about $16,800, including a couple of electrical upgrades. And then if we have the men's shed, $7,000 on top of that as well, we can definitely come in well under the $30,000. So thank you to the men's shed for their contribution, and thank you to the city as well, and the director for looking at how we could bring that number down. That's all I want to say on this. Well, one last thing, I hope councillors will support this expansion of the men's shed. They're a great community group, and it's something that we've been looking forward to for a couple of years, and it's nice to see that we finally are almost at that point of making this happen. So thank you, everyone. I hope you'll support this tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Eason. Is there anyone against the motion?
I just have a question, if I can. So, just so I understand the motion, so the addendum that we received was for 40K, and now we're reducing it to 30K. So I just have a question, if I can, through the chair, to the city, knowing that now the club is contributing $7,000, and I thank them for that, coming forward with this. It's very appreciated. Why has the city still recommended to us to go ahead with the original sum of money and not reduce it?
I'll go to the director.
Yeah, through the chair, the $40,000 was the initial estimate that was based on not just doing the expansion works, but it was also, there was concerns about the power supply to the building, in terms of that if there was more machinery put in there, then we'd have to increase or we'll get a new power supply upgrade to basically bring the power supply up to the capacity that's required to run additional machinery. But since then we found out that we're not looking at bringing any additional equipment in there, and that $40,000 had a fair bit of contingency built into it in case that when that power supply upgrade occurred, that we could cover any surprises that might come up through the project. So with the reduction to $30,000, we've basically pulled out some of that contingency. So we still think we can do it for $30,000. If there are any surprises that come along the way, we've got a couple of choices. Either bring it back to council to reconsider it, or what we do is we look at the actual design in terms of how many power points and things like that are in there, and we can possibly change something to keep it within that $30,000. So in actual fact, with the $7,000, what the city will be putting in is about $23,000 at the most.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Clark, are you speaking against?
No, I have a question now, just to clarify. So the version of the addendum that I had printed said that it was 40,000. Is what Councillor Ostaszewski, is it instead 30,000 in what he's proposing? Because I can't see what's in the screen, on the screen.
So my understanding, Councillor Clark, is that councillors were emailed any amendments from councillors, and you would have received an email where Councillor Ostaszewski has suggested the amendment with 30,000.
Yes, I did, but sorry, the reference earlier was to the addendum, not to the document which makes amendments. So what is actually being moved this evening? This is the issue with having 15,000 variations of these documents.
I'll go to the mover.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, I think it was Friday, or in the last couple of days, we received an addendum which outlined the limb number 1 and limb number 2 with $40,000 in it. However, discussions have taken place since then, so this is the new version with $30,000 instead. So sorry if my language that I used was so this is an amendment. Sorry. Thank you.
Sorry, so this is the version that's in the document that was emailed around with councillors' amendments today, this afternoon.
Yes,
Is that correct?
this is that one. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone who'd like to speak against? If not, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. So the next item that was subject to a deputation was 10.4.1, and this has been pulled by Councillor Eason. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
No, I've got an alternative that the city has prepared.
And it's been provided to councillors?
Yes, it has, on the same document with the 30,000.
So it's an amendment. Councillors, you would have received that this afternoon. I'll wait for the minute taker to put that on. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland. Councillor Eason?
Thank you. So firstly, I'd like to thank the applicants for their deputation last week. It raised many points to consider. In addition to the deputation, the follow-up information provided was much appreciated. Council have been shown a compliant design. This is the email that followed days after the deputation was delivered, but it was a design which I feel is far worse an outcome than what's proposed in the agenda papers. Therefore, I have this alternative motion, which includes 2 minimum 35-litre street trees to be planted prior to occupation and at the cost of the owners, a condition that is satisfactory to both parties and enables this far better outcome overall. As such, I request councillors to support this alternative motion and enable these new residents to get on with building their dream home in this lovely spot of Bayswater. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sutherland?
Sorry, my microphone's going a bit funny. Look, no, I haven't got much else to add. I'm happy with the alternative motion. I've always been consistent in my support for these sort of applications. I think when they come to council, we've got the discretion to pass it. And I think looking at Councillor Everson's alternative, I'm quite happy with that, and I'm hoping that the applicants will be too. And everyone can get on with their lives. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bull speaking against.
I have a question to the mover. My question is, I don't understand Lim 8. Can he please explain what the standard tree is?
Yeah, to the director, please.
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, there is a requirement for a standard tree to be provided. The plans do show a standard tree, so the intention of that condition 8 is to basically clarify that tree should be a minimum size of 35 litres.
Councillor Clark, are you speaking against?
No, I just had a question for the relevant director. So in the officer's recommendation, it was a refusal. Was part, I'm just going back through the documents, but was part of that thinking because in terms of it's on Neville Street rather than the other cross street, given that Neville Street is sort of close to Leek and down towards Riverside Gardens and creates traffic issues? Is that part of the thinking or is that irrelevant?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, the intention was to have regard to the requirements of the residential design codes, which encourages where there's alternative access, such as the right-of-way. In this case, there is a right-of-way that backs onto the property. The access should be coming from the right-of-way as opposed to the street.
Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I wonder if I can ask if the mover and seconder would accept a small amendment. And that is to Liam 7. It says prior to the occupation, a total of 2 street trees to be planted. My understanding is from the applicant that they do want to plant more than 1 tree, but I don't think we should limit it to 2 trees. I'm just wondering if the mover and seconder would be happy to change that to at least 2 street trees.
I'll go to the mover. Councillor Johnson, do you mind turning off your microphone?
Yeah, I had this discussion with the manager previously, so maybe to have the reason why that's in the recommendation, perhaps.
I'll go to the manager.
Through you, Madam Mayor, in preparing the alternative recommendation, we consider the width of the verge, the width of the crossover which will go in there, and then the resulting area left over for tree growth. We've had advice from Tree Services that a maximum of 2 trees would be suitable for that verge.
Thank you. Does that answer?
Yeah, it kind of does. I mean, I guess it's, yeah, my amendment was just, it says at least rather than only 2, that's all.
Do you accept the amendment?
From my understanding, the applicants are very satisfied with 2 trees, so I'm quite happy with the motion as it's on the screen now. Thank you.
So the amendment's not accepted. Would you like to move?
I'll certainly move the officer's recommendation in case this falls through, so we're not left with nothing.
Okay, so you're foreshadowing the officer's recommendation?
Yeah, foreshadowing the officer's recommendation, and I'll probably like to make some comments.
Yeah. So you're speaking against this one?
Not speaking against. So, yeah, I'd just like to make some comments on it.
Is there any... Councillor Clark, are you speaking against?
I'm happy to listen to the rest of the debate, but at this stage I think I am speaking against, partly because my gut feel, when you look at the map, it doesn't quite convey what's actually going on down in this area of Bayswater. So there's a fair bit of traffic coming down Lake Street, and I've been, meeting and chatting with some people, residents on Skippers Row and Bellevue and things like that. And I've walked along Neville Street a number of times. And part of it is actually the way the traffic moves in this space. And so occasionally you get people moving very quickly down Neville Street off Lake. And so it is, the issue, I think, is around safety and road safety, and how people are using the space down there. There have been some efforts to try and get people to slow down, particularly as they get closer towards Riverside Gardens, given there's dogs and families and children down there. But I think at this stage, subject to listening to other arguments, I would going to vote against this and support the officer's recommendation, because I do think that's that other street, which isn't named on our map, but should be used instead at this stage.
Is anyone speaking for? Speaking for?
Can I please move an amendment?
What would you like to move?
The amendment that was proposed by Councillor Johnson, I'd like to move.
Do you mind repeating that?
Yes. It is in limb, where are we? Limb 7, after the words prior to the occupation. It says a total of at least 2 street trees. So it's insertion of the words or word at least after the word of and before 2 in line 1 of limb 7.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnson? It's the insertion of 2 words. At least. So we have a seconder. Councillor Bull, would you like to speak to the amendment?
I'd like to thank Councillor Johnson for putting it forward. I was hoping that she would move it as an amendment, but since she didn't, I thought I would. It's really important to get as many trees into as many verges as we possibly can. And I do take the comments from the officer, and the manager is extremely experienced, and I do acknowledge that. But I also have some experience on this council seeing the way in which the organisation can really push the limits when it comes to what we can do in our verges, particularly around greening. We have some great runs on the board, and it's ultra important to continue that momentum to ensure that the culture of the place continues to be very strong. And as the council has a vested interest in setting the culture, I think putting this on the table helps to give the confidence to the organisation that we can do more and more around these things.
Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. Yeah, I also had contemplated moving a separate amendment, so thanks to Councillor Bull for doing that. I'll probably just make now the comments that I probably was going to make. we don't get very many of these applications that come towards us because most decisions on residential developments are made under delegated authority. So yeah, we look at it really closely because this is like all of our policies and stuff that we do that we don't often see the workings of. So, you know, I hear from the applicants that they're here, that, you know, this is their forever home, and I'm really hoping they'll be very happy in this beautiful part of Bayswater. What we see here with the plan is with the right-of-way, which was, you know, intended in the upgrades to be the access to reduce.
Sorry, Kath, are you speaking on the amendment?
Yeah.
We're just debating the amendment.
Okay, just the amendment then, sure, I support it.
Is there anyone speaking against the amendment? If not, I'll put Councillor Osazowski.
Just a real quickie for my clarity. So the amendment is to add the at least. So Councillor Bull moved that and Councillor Johnson seconded, and that will form part of the substantive motion of which Councillor Eveson moved and Councillor Sutherland seconded. Is that how it will look? Great, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osazowski. Councillor, that is unanimous. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I hate to be rude, Madam Mayor, but you didn't raise your hand. Yeah.
Thanks. It's unanimous. It's a lot going on with the different screens and everyone and amendments. So we're now going back to the substantive motion, which has now got the additional 2 words in it. Is anyone speaking against? Councillor Peterson-Peake.
I'd like to ask a few questions, if I can, through you, Madam Chair. My first one is, again, just to clarify, and I'm not sure if it was mentioned in the report, it's my understanding that there wasn't a crossover there previously because the lot was subdivided. Is this the reason why there was never a crossover?
I'll go to the Director.
Through the Chair, there was no crossover, whether that was the reason it probably was, but there was no crossover to this lot before.
Okay. Now, I heard before the Director is explaining again that the city's recommendation to refuse it is on the basis of the residential rules. But what is the reason? What is the basis to those rules? Is part of it, and I'm trying to understand, is also, some people talked about the traffic, is to reduce traffic. And I'm also trying to understand if walkability is also part of the reasons behind it, probably. Because I know that we have the approach of when we have 2 houses next to each other, the city is always preferring to have a different way of subdividing and developments to reduce the amount of crossovers to allow pedestrians to walk safely. Is this also part of this rationale behind this rule around right-of-ways, to reduce the crossovers on footpaths and crossing, you know, where people might go through? Is this also possibly a rationale?
I'll go to the Director.
Yeah, through the Chair, it's a combination of those factors. The primary factor is the streetscape in terms of reduced crossovers onto the verge, which could consequently be used for landscaping or soft landscaping. I might get the Manager of Development Place just to elaborate on the other reasons.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's a number of other reasons for taking access from the right-of-ways that the city prepared a right-of-way study back in 2007 for the purpose of creating a program to upgrade the city's rights-of-way and also to acquire them. It improves redevelopment and infill development by having less crossovers on the street by using rights of way. You can also create secondary street environments via the rights of way. By having less crossovers on a street, it reduces the amount of conflict that pedestrians have with driveways, you know, children riding bikes, people pushing prams, that sort of thing.
Thank you so much. And my last question, we did receive in the information that was provided last week, explanation about all the examples that the applicant mentioned with other developments that, from what I understand, they already had existing crossover, and this is why the city took the other approach. Do we have many other examples of the city applying the rules around the right-of-ways that are the reason why it's being recommended to refusal? So we saw a few examples why it was they had existing crossovers, some other developments, and why the city took an exemption. But I'm trying to understand if the common way that the city is currently taking with developments is to refuse applications if they're not using the right of way, if they can.
Through you, Madam Mayor. The residential design code sets out the deemed to comply, and so we need to follow those requirements, and the applicant essentially, if they can meet those deemed to comply, then it's an automatic refusal, almost, automatic approval almost. If they can't meet the deemed to comply, then the applicant would opt to justify how they meet the design principles. In this particular instance, they didn't meet the deemed to comply or the design principles. There wasn't the existence of an existing crossover, which has been one reason that we have used for other developments to continue to access a primary street. In other instances where there hasn't been an existing crossover and we've tried to look at the overall design or response to environmental factors, it might be that the house is oriented to the north, and that you can get a better outcome by taking access from the primary street. In this particular instance, the city's officers found it difficult in order to be able to meet any of those design principles, and we don't believe that the justification met them either.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, I'll just provide my comments. Look, I was a bit confused, I must say, about this application and the item. Mainly because I saw some examples that the city do provide exemptions with developments where they did have existing crossovers, and I would have probably preferred, unless there is very strong rationale, to be consistent. I always prefer in planning decisions to be consistent, because now we have applicants that are looking outside in other places and they're saying what's happening here, why they were approved. And from that perspective, it doesn't mean that other applications were approved because they had crossovers. It doesn't matter to them. So I would have preferred to be consistent, even with new developments that previously had crossovers, if there is rationale, unless there is rationale to allow the crossover to be from the main street as we had. I will back up our planners on this one, and will not support the alternative motion on the table. I see the reasons why the residential design code requires that in most cases, and one of them is the conflict with pedestrians. I would prefer to be consistent. If we are now creating a new precedent, again, we'll have lots of applications. We'll ask to come here before council. They didn't have existing crossovers, and they will say, oh, we have now, council already approved that. This is the first time that I see this kind of application during my time, 4.5 years. We never saw something like this, so for the new councillors, it is very new. So now, if I will support this, I will create here precedent that I don't want to make, and I understand the applicants, but we have rules, and if the planners are advising us that it does not reach to an exemption, so I will support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? Councillor Ball?
Yeah, we'll make just a few comments, if I may, quickly. I have real concern. We come across these situations where the R codes result in an outcome that isn't necessarily the most optimal outcome. Here we have a choice between a streetscape where we have more crossover versus a streetscape where we have more wall. That's right. There are provisions under the R codes that requires that wall to be articulated, particularly around the windows that are needed, and I've seen the outcome before. It's less than neither are optimal, and that's where the R codes become difficult. I think actually Councillor Peterson-Pick raises a good question though. Is it appropriate to exercise discretion in this situation and to allow this to occur? Honestly, neither are an optimal outcome. I know that had it not been built on a right of way, then there would be a crossover in this position. However, it isn't a right of way, and while it pains me, and I know the manager has had many discussions with me about how the R codes work and my exasperation around that, I will accept that the rules are the rules. And so purely on that basis, I'm really sorry to the applicants. It's appropriate, and I have always been consistent around this, even when I was on JDAP. It's appropriate to support the officer's recommendation, which I will highly reluctantly do.
Sorry, are you foreshadowing? Oh, it's all short. Okay. Yeah. So is there anyone speaking for? Anyone against? I'll go to the mover to close. Nothing? I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland and myself. All those against? Is Councillors Peterson, Deputy Mayor Peterson Pick, Councillor Ball, Councillor Clark, Councillor Palmer. That is lost. We'll now go to the foreshadowed, which is Councillor Johnson.
Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Clark? Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. Yeah, for all of the planning reasons that were previously mentioned, and also the fact that unfortunately building the driveway here creates an extra probably 49 square metres of hard surface on our verge. And you know, there's another element which is not a decision that we're bringing to this planning element, but on this item, the officers did, but I will mention it because it's mentioned in the officers' report about the additional energy efficiency of the house if the house were flipped. We've got some items and some policies and some strategies coming up ahead of us that talk about increasing the energy efficiency of our housing stock, and I think for the benefit of, you know, people that live in our houses into the future, I think that's something of note and something that I'm glad our city is working towards.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Just very briefly, I've appreciated hearing everyone's arguments and thoughts, and I'm conscious also that I know the applicants may be bitterly disappointed about this. I do hope that they can sort of reimagine the dream home, because I do understand wanting, you know, the joy of wanting to build something from scratch and sort of live in it for decades or forever. But it is, I think, you know, perhaps also it's the planning considerations, but the location on this street as well, the way that cars do come down there, and the number of people walking up and down Lake Street towards Riverside Gardens. I hope they do understand, and I'd be more than happy to chat with them afterwards if they'd like to speak further.
Thank you. Is there anyone speaking against? Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, I'm speaking against. I'm really disappointed. No, a couple of things. Number one, the biggest thing, we are a councillor, we're being paid, and we have a duty to change if we want a policy. We don't have to hide behind policies. We make them. So I'm really disappointed in that one. I just think I've been consistent the other way. If people want to build their dream home, they are big investments. They know if they're living on one street, they know about the driveways, all the negatives, and I just cannot see why they're going to put a couple of trees in. There's going to be a nice house addition to that street, and we're just saying no because, oh, that's what the policy says. It's really not good enough.
Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? Councillor Maleka.
I too would like to echo what Councillor Sutherland has said. I just feel like we're making life very difficult for this family. An added crossover, you know, we're talking about safety here, but aesthetically, I don't think it's really making much of a change just because we're going to maybe impinge the way that the landscape is going to be progressing on this property, where we're actually making life difficult for them to now have to rejig their whole design of the dream home that they had in mind, not to mention the money and the time that's involved. I'm very disappointed.
Anyone speaking for? Councillor Bull.
Yeah, I think it's really important for councillors to understand that there are planning rules and planning considerations. You know, Councillor Maleka ran on a Garden City platform, and now she's advocating more concrete on a verge. But notwithstanding that, look, I'm not comfortable with supporting the officer's recommendation. I'll tell you that in 2 seconds. But I also know that there are codes and planning considerations here that we're required. It's not policy; it's the R codes. It's a very different thing, and it is our responsibility as councillors to undertake our obligations in line with what the R codes state. And I would like to again acknowledge our officers for doing an excellent job. As I mentioned before, the manager knows that I don't like these kinds of outcomes. We've had many discussions about it, and the problem is with the R codes. And I think it would have been great if the developer, the person acting for this applicant, had explained to them the risks around this and the fact that it wasn't compliant with the R codes up front. And I'd hope that the developer did do that and made it clear to them the risks around this.
Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? I'll go to the mover to close.
Nothing further.
I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Palmer. All those against? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor and myself. That is lost.
Mayor, can I just clarify, where does this issue then go? So an adoption didn't progress, neither did a refusal.
That's correct. I'll go to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I understand the procedure here at the City of Bayswater is if we're in this situation and no foreshadowed motion has been moved, no decision has been made, and the report will likely come back on the agenda next month. I'm happy to be corrected, but...
So I would ask that the officers get in touch with the applicants tomorrow to discuss a way forward. So I now move on to the next item, which was subject of a deputation. It's item 10.4.2, proposed art studio addition to Ellis House Community Art Centre. This hasn't been pulled by anyone, but it was subject to a deputation. Do I have someone who'd like to move? Councillor Maleka? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Peterson-Pick? Sorry. Councillor Peterson-Pick? I didn't. Councillor Peterson-Pick. Councillor Maleka?
Well, as a council, I think that we should all get behind this one. Not only are they building a studio at Alice House for arts practice, but it's a multi-purpose studio. So it can be used as an income stream for them as well. They could run workshops. The design in itself is very sustainable, and I love the use of light and the outlook of the minimalist and contemporary style studio, and also all of the other aspirations that they have that they could deliver from that space would be an added asset for the coming future of people who would like to visit and become members of Alice House.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pick?
I simply fully support the application.
Anyone speaking against? If not, I'll put this straight to the vote. All those in favour? That
Sorry,
is...
Mayor, you didn't ask if anyone wanted to speak at all in favour?
No, there's no debate. There's no one against. So I'm putting it straight to the vote. All those in favour, Councillor Clark, it's at the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor, are you able to adjust your screen so that you can see everyone on the screens? Because I also was hoping to second that, so I had my hand up quite early on.
I saw 3 people. I saw the Deputy Mayor, yourself, and Councillor Peterson-Pick. So there was 3 people who wanted to second that.
You could adjust the screen so you could see everyone, please.
I've got 4 screens around me. So it's now going to item 10.1.1, which requires absolute majority. Certificate of Compliance, adopted model standard for CEO recruitment, performance and termination. Do I have a mover? I'll move this. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Deputy Mayor. I have nothing to add, Deputy Mayor. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. The next item is 10.2.1, financial reports for the period ended 30 April 2022. Do I have a mover? Councillor Johnson, do I have a seconder? I'll second that. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. The next item that's been pulled is 10.3.1, EMRC Council meeting minutes. Councillor Ostrzowski, are you moving the officer's recommendation?
Yes.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Ostrzowski.
Thank you. Just a very quick update from what's happening over at EMRC. Just letting everyone know that in terms of our waste at the moment, 60% of our waste is going to landfill and 40% is going to waste recovery methods. Last council meeting, well, the one we're looking at in this agenda here, the March meeting, there was an issue with some of the council policies I had, in particular in regards to the confidentiality policy, and so that item will hopefully be coming back in June to relook at how confidentiality is managed by the EMRC. And finally, I think it's probably time that the city and the EMRC get together and organise a briefing for councillors in regards to what's happening at the EMRC, because there's definitely a lot going on that I think councillors and staff need to be updated on. So I will liaise with the city and the EMRC to try and organise a briefing or a workshop or something for us in that regards. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sutherland?
No, I've got nothing to add.
Anyone speaking against? Councillor Bull?
Just have some questions. If the mover could provide an update on the EMRC FOGO tender.
Would you like to answer it, or should I go to the director?
I think we should go to the director. I think I'd be more comfortable with them answering. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. Currently, the last resolution of the EMRC Council in regard to the FOGO tender was to enter into negotiations with a preferred tenderer. So they haven't picked a tenderer, but they've got a preferred tenderer that they're negotiating with. So those negotiations are currently underway, and I think they're looking to bring a report back in probably the next month or two to potentially accept a tender.
I have another question. If I could also receive an update on the exit of the City of Belmont and when the City of Bayswater is going to receive information around what the financial impact is.
I'll go to the director.
Yeah, to the chair, I'd have to take that on notice because typically I've been excluded from those negotiations. So I can't. I'll have to ask them what they're prepared to release.
Does the mover have anything to add, or the seconder?
And I'm going to echo what the director said, that so much of it is confidential that I'm not quite sure what can and cannot be released. So I'd prefer for the MRC to decide and help with that one. Thank you. Hence the reason why I'd like to get some type of briefing going so we can get the updates that we can get. Thank you.
Are you speaking against? Anyone speaking against? If not, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. The next item that's been pulled is 10.3.3, Verge Tree Mortality by Councillor Bull. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
Can I please move option 2?
Option 2, I'll just get the minute taker to put that on the screen.
Mayor, can I just flag that you managed to take that vote before I'd even got my hand up in the air? So I was intending to vote that way and it was unanimous, but perhaps we could just make sure the votes are counted properly.
Noted.
Yep.
Just waiting for the minute taker to get it on the screen. So, councillors, we have option 2 on the screen now. I'll just confirm with Councillor Bull. Is that that's what you're moving?
I'm just taking my time to check because there's been a few different versions of option 2, so I'm just making sure it's the one that it's the one that's on the website.
Apologies, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Mayor. Can I just have somebody read it out because I'm not sure if I'm looking at the same thing.
Yeah,
So
I think there is a bit of confusion around what option 2 is supposed to say. So we're just waiting on the minute taker and governance to confirm what option 2 is, and I'll get the mover to confirm once it's on the screen.
Okay, well perhaps the mover could read it out in the meantime what he's moving.
Go ahead, Councillor Bull.
So it's option 2 that appears in the agenda that was provided via the City of Bayswater website, so the public agenda. And it reads that Council 1 notes the provided information on verge tree mortality within the city. 2, that Council approves the implementation of the following measures to reduce and or counterbalance tree mortality rates within the City of Bayswater. A, mandatory replacement of dead trees with new trees, ensuring that adjacent property owners are informed before works are undertaken. B, a supplementary watering program to mature trees as required through city contractors and the inclusion of $30,000 in the city's 2022/23 operational budget to fund the program.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. That is different to option 2 that I have before me.
Sorry, Mayor, it's also different to the printed version I have before me. What I understood the printed version I had was the one on the website. Is that not correct?
Well, I'm not sure where this option 2 came from, to be honest, because it's not what I have before me either. And what I'm hearing from the councillors is that it's not what they have before them either. So I'm just going to seek clarification. Councillor Bull, do you mind checking if on the screen now is what you have read out?
If it's from the agenda, the public agenda, then that should be right, but I will just double check.
Thank you.
Apologies, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Deputy.
Could the screen be shared with those of us on Zoom?
I'll ask the minute taker if that's possible.
Mayor, could I also clarify, how can I now be confident that the documents that I've been provided and I've prepared this evening on and what I'm voting on is what everyone else is voting on, given version control issues? And it's now doesn't seem to accord with what's in the public domain. How do we reconcile that this evening?
I take that on board, and that's why I'm making sure that what people are moving is available on the screen. I'm not sure what you can see from home, Councillor Clark, if what we have on our screen you can see.
Yes, but Mayor, my point is a major governance one in terms of the entire agenda that I prepared all items this evening for. How do I now know that there aren't differences in the versions? I mean, so I can vote on what's in front of us on the screen, but how many other changes might there be in the agenda papers?
Yeah, I absolutely take your point and agree. I will seek advice from the CEO.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. We're still trying to work out what has happened in relation to this one particular item. But I think we can have confidence that what has been discussed in the past is sound, because there's certainly been no other versions of any variations of reports that we have discussed this evening. And I assume that the items before us have also been before individual members of council to discuss and debate.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I'm clearly confused as to why the public agenda is so clearly different from the one that is provided to councillors. Number one, yeah, I'm not going to touch that one at the moment. But what concerns me, having a read of this one, is that to me that would appear ultra vires because it's in direct contradiction of a current existing policy which is being reviewed, or it's gone through a review at the moment and it's going to committee next week. So can I just seek clarification from the CEO? I need an answer as to how this has occurred, and that is this actually something that we can actually even do, considering it's contrary to policy, an existing policy that is currently under review that's coming next week.
I'll go to the CEO for advice.
Councillor, at this stage, I think the staff and I can honestly say we do not know how this report got on the agenda and why there is a variation to the one in the printed document that was considered by the council at a briefing last week. Sorry.
Yeah, and because I'll just also raise, if I may, it's not on the list of, it's not on table 10 as the list of measures either. Now, I'm not saying that I don't support replacing dead trees with replacement trees. I do actually support that if a tree. Sorry, I won't go into debate on that. But I do want to say that it's also not in the proposed measures table, table 10, which is on page 100 and 101.
I'm just going to seek advice about whether at this stage we should be considering a procedural motion on this item. No? Councillor Clark has raised concerns. Yeah, exactly.
through every motion, we'll confirm that it's the same one. We can confirm every time that it's the same one, and everyone will be relaxed. I think we don't need to waste the time. It's fine that people...
So I don't think we're going to get an answer tonight about how this has happened. So I think we should consider what's been presented before, what's being moved by Councillor Bull, and ask if there is a seconder. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Clark. Councillor Bull.
So this was discussed at the general briefing.
Thank you. Well, I think we all would agree that this report confirms that the amendments that were made to the urban tree policy is an abject failure. The fact that the city has only managed to replace 20% of dead verge trees as opposed to the previous year, 83%, is a real disappointment, and I think is not delivering in terms of what our local community demands from us. We are in a climate crisis, and we have an urban forest strategy, and we have targets. And to receive the report confirming this is utterly, utterly disappointing. What I wanted to do was move a motion that amended the policy, but the CEO warned me very firmly against that, and I will respect his advice, and thank you for that. And I also understand that the policy committee will be considering the urban tree policy next week, and I would encourage them to take the information in this report into account when they determine what amendments they're going to put before council. In the meantime, though, the city has put option 2 forward, and this is the option that has been confirmed, is in the public agenda that is downloadable from the City of Bayswater's website. And you know, while we have a policy that is not delivering what our community demands, here is one way that we can interimly try to claw back some of the damage that this council has inflicted. And on that basis, I hope council supports it.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. Subject to the paperwork and the version control issues, obviously this is really important. I'd like to thank Councillor Peterson-Pick from Memory who brought forward this notice of motion to actually start building the data as to how many trees do we have that are dying and what are we doing about them. And even in the report you can see where we have gaps in that data. One of the things that people keep referring to a couple of times with the tree canopy for the City of Bayswater, oh, it's just aspirational. It's just aspirational. I'm going to reject that. It's not aspirational. The target's a target. You have to try and actually meet it. Otherwise, there's no point having it, and it really is just greenwash. So I think it's really important that we start to make sure we meet these targets. We need to plant more trees. We're going to need to do it not just to mitigate climate change, but actually to adapt to climate change. So there are some horrific photographs of pavements that are literally curling upwards in response to extreme heat events. And it's going to cost councils a lot more money to fix those things up. So this is actually just basic mitigation. This is good financial planning, to be totally honest, because it will save us money in the long run, just like going to FOGO and not having as much in landfill saves ratepayers money. So it's good for the environment, it's good for ratepayers in terms of money. And one of the things that I'd like to say to the community, because I've spoken with a lot of people in my local area about trees and about how disappointed they are about some of the recent tree decisions that have come from the City of Bayswater. But if you believe in trees and you want a verge tree, first of all, make sure you're planting one. Make sure you're replacing one that might have died, might not have made it out the front of your house. But second of all, make sure that your voice is heard on this. It's really important that everyone speaks up on this and that we make sure that we represent the community in terms of climate change. Thank you.
Anyone speaking against? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
I would like to move amendments, please.
What's the amendment? Have you submitted it?
They are with the minute taker.
We didn't get it. We didn't get an amendment.
The minute taker has the amendment.
When did you send that through?
a while ago.
Was it
City
before
has
12?
it.
Was it before 12 o'clock today?
Is this a new standing rules again? Are we changing the rules today again?
I believe that councillors were requested to send through amendments before 12 o'clock today.
City has helped me to draft the amendments several days ago. Madam Mayor, I'm a bit shocked that we are changing the standing orders again on ad hoc. And the minute taker has them, and I'm
Sorry,
now ready to move
do
them.
councillors have them? I'm asking if councillors have seen the amendment.
No, the minute taker has them.
Okay, because I believe you said before that councillors should be advised if changes are happening.
Are we required to send amendments?
It was
That we
requested.
decide. Okay, so my request is to move my amendments.
But councillors haven't had the opportunity to see it.
I am ready to move the amendments now. I did not want to commit to move something that I'm not ready. We should be open before we come to a debate, Madam Mayor, and we should not commit to what we're going to move necessarily in advance. I'm against that.
Okay.
I have lots of concerns about that, and I raised them with the CEO. I think the best way, if councillors are not certain what they're going to move, is to wait, listen to the debate, and then make a decision. It is with the minute taker, and I'm happy to read it out loud.
I'll just respond to that in case there was some confusion, by providing it in advance to the city, it doesn't set in stone that you're going to move the amendment. It provides councillors the opportunity to consider the amendment so that informed decision making can occur at this table and not be taken by surprise. I believe that was a concern of yours before when I tried to move things on block, that you were taken by surprise, and that wasn't even this is a decision-making forum, so I took that on board. So I would encourage all councillors if you believe in the principles of openness and transparency and making good, informed decisions, that you would provide any amendment, even if you're not going to move it, but you're considering it, to all councillors in advance. So, minute taker, do you have the wording?
Yes, so that will be limb 2 and 3 from what was prepared. So you can remove limb 1 because it's already there. And we're talking about just adding the 2 other limbs. So we can remove 1. And how about I will read it so all councillors have the opportunity to listen to it and digest it. Requests the CEO to consider the implementation of any of the measures to improve tree survival and establishment proposed in the report as they become necessary to reduce and or counterbalance tree mortality rates within the city of Bayswater. The next limb, which will be limb 3 here, amends the city's urban tree policy by replacing the city will, and I'm quoting, the city will undertake all activities required to establish new trees and provide ongoing maintenance with the prior approval of the property owner, with the words, the city will undertake all activities required to establish new trees and provide ongoing maintenance. The city will consult with the adjacent property owner before a new tree is planted on the adjacent verge.
Do I have a seconder? That lapses.
I think councillors are still reading it.
I am.
So we should give them the chance. I think we should not rush decisions.
Mayor, I'm happy to second to get the debate on the table, but I don't think I can since I seconded Councillor Bull's motion.
Councillor Johnson is seconding. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, look, I will start by talking just about the amendments and not about the substantive motion, but I will start by thanking the officers for preparing the robust report before us, which I think is very useful. It did raise lots of issues, in my view, and conclusions. I will elaborate about them a bit later. But the biggest one, as was mentioned, is the impact of the changes that were made to the urban tree policy late last year on the 7th of December. It literally stopped our program from progressing as it used to be. It is very concerning. It should concern every person in the city and every councillor in the city of Bayswater. If there is some issues in Noranda and some residents there do not want it, it should not affect other areas of the city of Bayswater who might want trees to be planted on the verges and have the city have the power to decide in consultation. So now, so the second, and I asked the minute taker just to remove the first limb. It's not relevant, as I mentioned. It's already there. The second limb, so now we have 1 and 2. So the second limb is literally changing the words in the policy that were added by council back last year. Instead of requiring the consent, very easy to understand it, instead of requiring the consent of the property owner, we will consult with the property owners as we used to do. Now, during my time, 4.5 years on council, and I know there's some new councillors here, I have not received one complaint or one email about a tree that was planted by the city on a verge without their will or with their frustration. I have not received one. Something was changed and created such a significant change for all suburbs, not just for Noranda, for all suburbs, without any need for that. Without any need for that. The implications, climate change, environment, walkability, pedestrians. We have children walking to school without shade now. We have trees that were removed for different reasons. Some of them died, some of them had disease, and the city is not able to plant new ones. In areas where we have dozens of kids walking to school. I'm repeating, if it's an issue in Noranda, that policy should have changed and exclude Noranda if this is what the Northwood councillors want. But in other areas of the city where we already have infill and we already have a mess of population, to take that power from the city is horrible, and it will have impact on the long term for the city. The first limb is very straightforward. I didn't want to leave the report just with noting. I thought that we should indicate to the city that we are hoping that they will consider the measures that they have provided to us if they need to. I didn't want to leave it. I think we do need to take some measures beyond the ones that are moved, the one moved in the substantive motion, which I support. We should consider other ones. We should not be afraid of some of the negatives that were mentioned under the measures were about the perception of residents. I think that should not concern us as much. We should discuss those issues. We can educate, we can explain if we need to change the list of trees, if we need to change the size of trees planted. I think we should go with the science. I think we should go with the advice of the arborist and discuss if we have concerns about how the community will receive some changes, but we should discuss what the benefits are. I will conclude. Now is the time to fix this. And this policy was already reviewed. Just, 6 months ago? Was already reviewed by the policy committee who brought to us those changes. It should not go back to the policy committee when it comes to such a significant change. It was made without consultation with the community, just like that, ad hoc, surprising our community. We had a petition that spoke about this. I think this discussion about this issue, this is the form, this is the transparent form to discuss it so everyone can hear. The policy committee is close to the public. No one knows what was said there. I think this is the place to decide now whether councillors are ready to change it, or if they have concerns, they should mention why. The timing. We are almost in the winter program. The trees already were purchased. As was mentioned before, we had the concerns from community members. If we had also from the CEO that this might be revised, that another review that we are doing now apparently, that might be, we don't know what the changes will happen, if they will go far enough to help our tree canopy, but the changes might be implemented later this year. That means that we will miss this winter program. It means that we will miss hundreds of trees being planted. I'm not sure that this is what the community wants. I think they want to take tree canopy seriously, Madam Mayor, very seriously, in all parts of the city. We should represent all parts of the city when we talk about trees and the environment. The target, I think it was mentioned by Councillor Clark, and I think it was a great comment, and I was about to say the same thing. I actually thought it's a practical target. Now I hear for the first time that it's aspirational. I thought we are aiming for 20%, and now I heard for the first time that we might adjust it. I'm very concerned about this new move to adjust our tree canopy against our strategy. I hope all councillors will support the amendments. Now it is the time to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I'll speak on this one now because it will be my only chance to as a seconder. I like any of the actions that have been put forward. So I thank both Councillor Ball and Councillor Peterson-Pick for putting these up. Yes, I do want the dead trees to be planted easily, and I think that was probably a oops in the policy. That was maybe an oversight, that wasn't the intention of those policy changes. But if we are able to add in reclaiming a bit of ownership over the verges in terms of greening them and planting them, which is what our community wants us to do, then I'm very happy to support this one.
Thank you, Councillor Osazowski.
Thank you. First of all of these changes here, excuse me for a moment. All of these changes here sound very reasonable and absolutely should be considered 100%. But I just want to ask some questions of the CEO, if I can, with a little bit of background. We have had a workshop as councillors to discuss some issues that the city has faced in regards to managing trees, and councillors provided their feedback. We had a presentation by a couple of scientists in regards to planting strategies and how we can increase the tree canopy, and all of that information has been put together and fed through to the officers who have been working on a policy or a draft policy to come back to the Policy Review Development Committee meeting, which is next Tuesday, my apologies, on the 31st. So my understanding is that agenda will encompass all of the feedback from the councillors, and here tonight we have some more ideas which I'm not sure have been considered, in that draft agenda. So to the CEO, I'd like to ask, this is quite significant to, again, go back and adjust and amend a policy here at council. And I've said this before, these types of things require discussion and we require consensus, because if we keep having, differences of opinion, we're never going to be able to increase our tree canopy. It's like business and economic development. If we keep going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, we create no stability and no certainty in the community for economic investment. And I feel it's exactly the same with the canopy. People will just start getting confused about what they can and cannot do. So to the CEO, is this best practice, or is this the best way to change policy, to amend policy?
I'll go to the CEO.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, I think most of you will know my views on this subject because they were detailed in my email to you all yesterday afternoon. The simple answer to the question is I don't think it is appropriate to consider this item tonight because there is a specific item on the policy agenda for discussion next week. It does involve some changes and it follows the outcome of the workshop that was conducted in March of this year. So there is a reasonably comprehensive report on the agenda next week to consider. I find it very unusual that at the council meeting prior to the policy committee, a policy will be considered prior to full consideration at that meeting. It's especially as this amendment has not, in my view, had proper consideration by the councillors, and it's certainly not good practice in my view. I have personally never found policy making on the run to be a good outcome, and it is far better to deal with policy matters at the appropriate forum, which is a policy committee designed for that purpose.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I feel the same. I like the stuff that's coming through tonight, and I think we do need to consider this stuff because all of this stuff is important, and we do want to help the canopy growth. So I'd like to foreshadow the officer's recommendation that we note the report for tonight, and then next week at our policy meeting on this, we can then consider all of these things as part of that policy which is being drafted by the staff, and to see how these things can be included at that point there, so we can talk through the nuts and bolts and then come back to council again with a full understanding of what this all means and how this will help. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking? Councillor Clark.
Sorry.
Sorry, Mayor, I'd like to speak in favour of Councillor Peterson-Pick's amendments. I think taking on board the sort of this sort of funny procedural argument, I think at the City of Bayswater, since I've been on council, we've regularly amended things on the floor of council. I think it's one of the reasons why our council meetings run a bit longer than some others. And we've actually, since I've been on council, progressively removed committee after committee, and more things have just come to council to be considered. So I think it is well within everyone's ability around this table to get across these issues. Also because they're issues we've been dealing with for years. And we actually had stability and certainty last year, and we had it in previous years. We were the Garden City, and everyone knew that, and everyone was proud of that. And people were busy asking for verge trees and salvaging the dying ones, and suggesting places in parks where more trees could go. And we'd created a target. You know, Councillor Cornish, former councillor, spent a lot of time working on policies and you know, iterative policies to build this up over time. So I'm not quite sure that this is really coming from left field, as everyone is sort of saying. The community, from what I hear, is very clear on this. The most number of emails and comments that I get when I'm out and about are around trees, and they're overwhelmingly in favour of trees. And every time a tree has been chopped down somewhere because of, you know, a Metronet development or Tonkin Highway or whatever, I've had more people come to me and say, how are we going to replace these? We can't replace them quick enough. And I've talked about before in this chamber how it's also happening in terms of developments. So I'm not sure this idea that everything gets referred off to committee time and time again. I've said before, I think that's just an excuse to water things down. It's how we end up with death by 1,000 cuts, which is a key problem in environmental policy. The key quote that is in this report, which is on my page 100, I don't know if that's the same for those playing at home, but the key quote is the impact of this, right? How this actually affects what's going on in relation to dying trees. By changing the tree policy in November 2021 to include a clause requiring the consent of the adjacent property owner before planting a tree, this has affected the number of dead trees being replaced. Only 20%, I'm paraphrasing here, only 20% of removed trees in 21-22 summer period have been listed for replacement this winter. Significant reduction from the 83% of replacement trees listed for the same period in 2020 and 21. So this is the problem. We can't go backwards on this. We're struggling to get to meet the target as it is, and this takes us backwards. And the other point that I will reiterate is that it really does matter where these trees go, right? There have been some comments again about, oh, well, we can just put them all in the park. They don't need to be on the verges. Well, no, that to mitigate climate change and to mitigate the heat island effect, we have to put them on the verges. Right, they have to run down streets so that someone can actually walk down the street without fainting and going off in an ambulance and getting heat stroke. This is where they go fundamentally matters. So I'm not willing to concede that. And the verge is council land. It is actually not private property. And so the more that we keep pulling these out, we're just not going to get there to meet the target. It also takes the longer for them to grow in terms of the canopy. So one of the arguments and proposed measure was, oh, you put a smaller tree in. Well, that takes even longer to get the canopy. So I think we need to really level with the community. And if we're going to be the Garden City, let's be the Garden City.
Thank you. Councillor Eveson, are you speaking against the amendment?
I've just got some questions, if I could, please.
Yeah.
So this 20% canopy, this target, was there ever a clear plan being delivered to this outcome?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, in terms of the trees that have been planted in the past, there were targets in the past of planting about 1,500 trees per annum, and it's been lifted to 3,000 trees per annum, plus there's another 4,000 going into natural areas. There was a workshop that was and presentation to councillors in regards to the urban forest strategy, and we're looking at developing an implementation plan that's looking at trying to achieve some targets in terms of the canopy cover. That still has to come to council and be discussed further with council in terms of how that's going to be rolled out going into the future.
Okay. So an aspirational target then? Not a planned target with tangible outcomes until just recently. Thank you. So have the cost implications been considered of Councillor Peterson-Pick's motion that's on the table?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, in terms of the cost implications, it just depends on how much we need to do out there. So in terms of the actual cost, we don't know until we actually are faced with the issues and have to deal with it.
Okay, thank you. So any measures to approve? So we don't know what we're signing on for? Thanks. So, and the last question was just all ordered...
Sorry, Councillor Easton, there's a point of order. Yeah. Councillor Bull?
Yeah, my point of order is misleading the chamber. There was a paraphrasing of what the director said by Councillor Eveson, which was not what the director said, and I think that that is a breach of standing orders, and I would encourage you, Madam Mayor, to request the councillor to retract that statement.
I'll just seek advice on what standing order. Do you know which standing order that's breaching? I'm asking which standing order.
Yeah, I'll look it up. I'll look it up.
You're calling a point of order on.
Happy to retract the question. I've got one more anyway.
Councillor Bull, it's been resolved, he's retracted it, so I'll go to Councillor Eveson.
Thanks. Last one. So all ordered trees that are scheduled for planting this year, will they all be planted?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, in terms of achieving our 3,000 target for street verges, at this point in time, we're far from achieving 3,000, but the plan is to try and get as many residents to opt for a tree on their verge, and if we can't achieve the 3,000, then the balance will be basically planted out in other areas such as parks, perhaps medium strips and areas that aren't near those properties.
Councillor Maleka.
Could I ask a question as well to the director?
Yes.
Has anyone asked the residents who haven't wanted to replace the dead tree why they don't want to replace the dead tree?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, those questions haven't been asked. They've only been asked whether they want a tree to be replaced. But going forwards, we will be asking those questions to collect that information.
Anyone speaking for? Deputy Mayor?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question was just, sorry, I'm just trying to get it up here again. So my question is in relation to this amendment. So we're voting on an amendment to the original motion. Where does this sit in the original motion as moved by Councillor Ball?
Do you mind putting your microphone?
It's 2 additional limbs in addition to the substantive motion. So it will be limb 3 and limb 4. I think so.
Okay.
It will be an addition.
So if we could just get the minute taker, sorry, to update, take that council off and then put where 1 is, change that to 3 and 2, change 2 to 4, just so that that is clear that these are added on as an amendment.
Yes, I'll ask the minute taker. I'll just seek clarification from the mover.
These are the amendments that I have moved, and if you'll go to the substantive motion that was moved by Councillor Bull, see the numbering there. You can go to the substantive. What is the numbering there? And this should just continue the numbering of Councillor Bull's motion. Yes, those are the amendments, additional limbs that we will add. We're debating adding those 2 limbs. So I'm not sure about the numbering because I can't see the substantive motion. 1 and 2, so that will be 3 and 4 like the Deputy Mayor suggested. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, is that clear for you?
Yeah. It also needs that council taken off at the top because it's a continuation. That council is on the original motion by Councillor Ball.
Yep, I'll get the minute taker to remove those wording.
Sorry, just nitpicky, but just so that's correct. Where are we in the order of speaking?
Are you speaking for the motion?
No.
Oh, I mean the amendment. We're speaking on the amendment. No, would you like to speak against the amendment?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, it's not that I don't support, I want to be perfectly clear, it's not that I don't support the intent of this. The reason why I won't be supporting it is on the back of the governance advice that we clearly received yesterday. And I will add to that it doesn't address, the report doesn't address policy issues. We have a policy committee next week where the policy in question is specifically on the agenda and is on the agenda as a result of being called for review back in March. We had a whole workshop, a whole night talking about this, and then councillors were also given an extra month to send in feedback for formation for this report to go back to the policy committee next week, which all councillors are welcome to attend, before it also comes back to council again in June. So this will come back before us in June publicly again anyway. So it's gone through a whole process. This is policy on the fly. And to quote, it is poor governance to surprise councillors. But it's also poor governance to know that this entire process has gone through for, 3-4 hour workshop, 1 month of feedback and consultation with, questions going backward and forward, and knowing that it's coming to a committee specifically for this. Now, I do agree. It was not my intent when I supported the changes to the original policy that when a tree dies, that is somehow covered. My intent for the asking joining owners' permission was in relation to new trees. I didn't anticipate that it would cover trees that had died through heat stress over summer or anything like that. And I wear that responsibility. That's why we've had feedback into this policy, whatever. We haven't seen the report yet, but it's coming to next Tuesday, I believe. That is the forum to talk for it. That is the proper governance procedure. And then it does come back to full council for further discussion with full council, and all councillors are welcome to attend the policy committee to speak and hear what is said. It would have been open to the public. I did try that motion, but nobody supported me. So I won't be supporting this amendment, and I won't be supporting Councillor Bull's motion either, even though I do think that we should be looking at water supply, extra water supply, given our heat stressful summers. I would actually like to investigate rainwater storage tanks, etc., for next seasons or forward seasons, but that's a topic for another day. And I will be supporting the foreshadowed motion because the appropriate forum for this is we've just gone through from March to now process in redeveloping this policy, everyone having their feedback.
Deputy Mayor, we're
Yes?
just debating the amendment.
Yeah. This is all my reason as to why I can't support this policy on the fly.
Okay.
And that's what it is because we've gone through this whole process of having, the workshop a month long of people being able to give in their feedback. We haven't even seen the report, which may well say this exact same thing. We don't know because we haven't seen the report for that for the meeting next week. So I won't be supporting this because it is poor governance.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for the motion? Councillor Palmer, are you trying to speak for?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Just very briefly, I think everybody has said what they want to say. I feel we can't see the wood for the trees. We haven't got time to ponder too long. I don't think having the discussion at the policy review will affect or deter good policy if this is taken on board and accepted. We want action now. By the time the policy review committee meets, advisory committee meets, that then goes for another month. It comes back to council. We can lose 2 months of watering. All we really need to do is to keep it simple. Let's get these trees in the ground, give the officers the opportunity to go ahead and start this process. I can't see that this is going to interfere with any discussions and decisions that will take place next week, or that it will come to council and be disrupted. I just feel, if anything, it'll promote what we're doing, not distract. So if we go ahead, accept what's on the table tonight, and then just proceed with the policy review that's coming up and proceed further on with good progress. I can't see any problem with that at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against the amendment? No? I will go to the mover to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. The city are advising us in an official public report that they have a serious issue in planting trees on our verges as a result of the changes that were made back in December 2021. And I hear that some councillors are now not sure about those changes that they supported, which is good news. But we have now evidence of the impact. And it is my view, and this is why I'm moving the amendments, that we will have to now act upon that information. I had some questions why we don't know what the reasons are for some property owners, why they don't actually opt in. So many reasons. Some don't care. You know, some don't care. Some did not receive the letter. Some they don't live there, the owners. There are so many reasons why. This is why the motion here is to consult with the property owners, to consult with them, as we used to do. If they have issues, I would expect the city to consider those issues and figure out the area, the street, if it is something that maybe there is a community need for that, and that overcome the property owner's concerns, or maybe it is a verge that no one cares somewhere and doesn't have an impact. This is something that will be for the discretion as for the city, as it used to be. Funding, you know, I had concerns about the funds. How much and how many resources we are investing already into chasing property owners? We have never done that. You have never asked that, Councillor Eveson, about the money that was spent already as a result of the change of policy. The question is whether we are supporting that change or not. We're talking about just one change. Please don't hide behind the process. We have another item tonight, 14.1.2, when we have about the Merton Village. There is actually a suggestion to have accommodation from the officers to have a policy change, and it does not refer to the policy committee. So I think the issue here is the trees. We want that to be referred to a policy committee where no one actually...
Can you please be careful when speaking about confidential reports?
Did not mention anything. Did not mention that there are items on the agenda that the city is recommending. The city is
you referred to a confidential report. Please go ahead, but please be
I'm
mindful.
going to generalize. There are items on the agenda that the city is recommending. Policy changes without referring to policy committees. No councillors has mentioned that. The issue is the trees. Look, guys, we should not forget, it was just changed 6 months ago, and now suddenly we are reviewing the same policy. Is this good practice? Is this good governance? Well, let's talk about the consultation. Is this good governance, good practice to actually make those kind of changes without consultation, Councillor Eveson? No consultation with your community. The decisions that were made. This is the simple and safest way to go back to how it was, and if councillors want to discuss other changes, the same change, there is a process that now apparently have been created again. Going back is very easy, very easy. The city has been doing it for many, many years. It's safe. Last points that I wanted to make. The time is to fix it, is now, as I mentioned before. Going back and then make the changes and consult the community.
Thank you. We'll now put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Palmer. All those against? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor and myself. We now go back to the substantive motion. Councillor Peterson-Pick, are you speaking against?
In favour.
I'm asking if there's anyone speaking against the motion. I'm going to put that straight to the vote.
Sorry, Mayor, can I just
There's no
clarify so
there's no debate, so there's no need to close.
Mayor,
So I'm putting
sorry.
this to the
Mayor,
vote.
can I clarify what we're voting on, please?
The substantive motion is moved by Councillor Bull.
Okay, could the minute taker put that on the screen, please?
Yep.
I do have reservations.
Ellie, excuse me, Councillor Peterson-Pick.
You and I.
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
I do have reservations. What is this dictatorship?
I've already stated I'm putting it to the vote. So I'll wait for it to go on the screen and I'm putting the substantive motion to the vote. I'll just confirm with Councillor Bull that option 2. No one spoke against Councillor Peterson-Pick. He moved an amendment. I already asked, nobody indicated that, and I said I'm putting it to the vote.
Did Councillor Peterson-Pick just say that he wanted to speak against?
He said he has reservations after I said I was putting it to the vote. So I put this to the vote, the substantive motion. All those in favour? That's Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Palmer. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor and myself. We now go to the foreshadowed motion, which was moved by Councillor Ostaszowski.
Thank you. So moving the officer's recommendation, it was a very interesting report to read, and thank you to Councillor Peterson-Pick for bringing that report forward. We have learnt tonight that 3,000 trees will be planted this year. If it's not on people's verges, it will still be in other spaces such as parks. In regards to the officer's report, which speaks about 20% and 83%, my understanding from asking questions to the city is that 20% equates to 26 trees have been replaced, and the other ones that haven't been replaced is 48 trees for the ones that have been removed. And of those 48 that have been removed, the reasons why they haven't been replaced come from line of sight issues, future NBN services going in, allowing verge trees to grow into those spaces, and also residents asking for the tree not to be there, which is the opt-out option. In an opt-out option, you actually still get to choose to not have a tree. No consultation with the community. Well, we had no consultation with the community on all of the stuff that we've just spoken about. So I do think we need to go out to the community as a whole and talk about all of the issues that have come up tonight and talk about everything that's come out of this report as well. Because again, we need to get everyone aligned on this policy. And I think by having community consultation, I think that's going to be a very, very, very good thing to do, because our wards are different in the way that they look at trees. And we need to acknowledge that all of the people in the different wards do have different feelings on trees. So we need to find the common ground so we can move forward. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Sorry.
I think you just foreshadowed the motion. So.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Ostaszowski. I think you went into debate before we got a seconder.
My apologies that I'll...
No, I seconded it.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I forgot. I couldn't recall. Deputy Mayor, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I just be rehashing what I said in the other one. I'm fairly confident that after all of the feedback, I know I've changed my mind on some of the things, and I know that after the workshop and a month long of feedback being received through councillors, and I know a lot of councillors, well, some councillors have done a lot of due diligence on this one. I'm not going to preempt what's going to be in the report that's coming to the committee, and regardless of whether it was done tonight or next week. Either way, the policy has to come back to June. So that's the process that we have. Thank you.
Is there anyone speaking against? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know where to begin. I mean, if you're voting for this and you just voted down the other two, you cannot say you're in support of trees. Right? It's all very well to have lots of grey in this, lots of procedure, lots of argument, but you cannot say that you support trees and climate change. We are decades into the climate change debate, and to have gotten to this point is just amazing. I mean, it really is. This idea that we're somehow going to build consensus and all the rest of it, well, that's not working, is it? We had consensus last year. We had it for 4 years when we were just planting trees. So I really, really don't know what else to say in terms of this council. If we want to go out to the community, all right, let's go out to the community. I call on the community to rise up and ask for trees, ask for mitigation on climate change, ask for us to make sure we don't actually get to 2 degrees, because we're on track for 2 degrees at the moment and we're running out of time. But meanwhile, we'll just refer it back to committee again, shall we? I mean, it's just unbelievable. And it is what it is, right? So don't try and, turn around and say it's not. It is greenwash, and I call it out tonight. You can't opt out of climate change.
Is that because you didn't bother coming to the workshop?
Deputy Mayor, please. Please continue.
I apologise.
No, I'd like you to withdraw that remark.
I'll withdraw that remark that you didn't come to the workshop.
Councillor Clark, please continue.
You've just repeated it. And Chair, I note that you really don't call these meetings to order. So I would actually like you to call these meetings to order in accordance with the standing orders. All right? I have not attended some workshops because I have not been...
Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark. No, this isn't the moment. Councillor Clark, please continue with your debate.
Happily, Mayor. But when I'm not given access to all of the meetings to be able to attend by you, the Mayor, then I am going to...
Point of order, Councillor Clark.
You refused me access to...
Point of order, Councillor Clark. Please... I'm not going to get in debate. I'm not going to go into debate with this. Please continue with your debate on the motion in front of you.
I will conclude my remarks, Mayor. I call on the community to rise up, ask for a tree, fight for a tree, because at the moment it is all being whittled away, death by 1,000 cuts. We go back to pre-1970s environmental policy. I can hear all sorts of muttering in the chamber. I'm going to ignore it. We are running out of time. Climate change is happening. We will have more bushfires. We will have more floods. All right? I've seen climate change maps that show half of Riverside Gardens underwater. All right? And we don't have a plan. This council does not have a climate change mitigation plan. And that is an abject failure of forward planning on this council. So trees are part of that. I would call on the community. If everyone's not quite sure where the community sits on this, please email all councillors. Please turn up to the meetings. Please turn out to the AGM and move motions around trees, because this is just, we're just taking it backwards, pre-1970s, and it's just such a shame.
Thank you. Is there anyone speaking against? Councillor Bull.
Yeah, I'm speaking against.
Yep.
100%. I'm shocked. But firstly, I just think it's really important that councillors don't try to change history. There was very deep consultation on the urban forest strategy that resulted in this policy. And for Councillor Ostaszewski to say that there was no consultation on that policy before in its previous iteration is utterly wrong. And the reason why I know that
Councillor Bull, just sorry, there's been a point of order called.
Thank you. I did not say that there was no consultation. I said that it would be good if we did do consultation. That was a falsehood.
My understanding is that the councillor said there was no consultation in respect of the proposed motion this evening. That's what I thought he said.
So, I accept that, and I'll ask Councillor Bull to continue.
Thank you. The consultation was deep. The consultation was broad. And the consultation resulted in a policy that has served our community well for the past 4 years. Councillors say that they support trees, yet they vote down opportunities to fix the issue that they even call out themselves as being an issue. It's bizarre. It really is. I don't understand why not take the opportunity to do it here and now. Look, I understand why councillors had reservations, notwithstanding, I do appreciate Councillor Peterson-Pick bringing his amendments forward. Notwithstanding, I understand councillors' concern around that, particularly given the CEO's very robust advice. And I acknowledge that myself. However, to not support the officer's second option, it's bizarre. I will remind councillors what the report says. The revision of the urban tree policy in November 2021 to include a clause requiring the consent of the adjacent property owner before planting a tree has affected the number of dead trees being replaced. Currently, only 20% of removed trees in the 2021-2022 summer period have been listed for replacement this winter, which is a significant reduction from the 83% of replacement trees listed for the same period in 2020-2021. If councillors are fair dinkum about growing the tree canopy, then why would they not support what I put on the table? So it baffles me, and I hope that the community can see what is happening here.
Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yeah, look, I think the decisions tonight made by council clearly prove the new agenda of this council, which I am deeply concerned again about this, and I mentioned it on several times, but it's not the first item. It's not the first time. You know, we have consistently, it was the trees on private property, it was the urban tree policy. We had so many items.
Point of order.
Okay.
8.14, adverse reflection. Reflecting adversely on former decisions of council.
I'll uphold that point of order, Councillor Peterson-Pick, if you can carry on without breaching that order.
It is my view the decisions tonight are against the environment, against trees, against providing shade to pedestrians, against cyclists who also need shade on footpaths, against kids walking to school. There is one lot that I was particularly interested to follow, what happened to a tree that was removed several months ago by the city, to see it as a trial, if the urban tree policy, what's the impact of that policy. The city advised me that they could not receive any response from the property owners. We don't know why. We don't know if they received the letter, if they forgot about it. We don't know. We just don't know. But I do know that there are more than dozens of kids every day going to school next to that empty verge. There's nothing, they're not even a car. So it's not like you say they didn't want a tree to park a car. Nothing. There is nothing. Ugliness. And this is one verge that I particularly followed up. I don't have the time to follow every verge in the city of Bayswater and what happened. We have the report. It indicates they can't find the consent. it will impact the community. Long term, it will impact future generations. More than that, the city voted tonight against measures beyond the change, the policy and the consent and all that stuff, against measures regarding dealing with the issue of dying trees, regarding putting 30 grand in the budget to water mature trees that are dying. And I will talk in a second about what the report actually mentioned. You voted against it. You voted against my amendment.
Point of order,
again.
814, adverse reflection.
Okay.
Councillor Peterson
I'm
Peake.
allowed to speak my mind. I'm allowed to speak my mind.
You also have to abide by the Deputy Mayor.
Who is running the meeting?
I'm running the meeting, and I'm
because
saying to you that you are able to speak your mind, but you also have to abide by the standing orders, just like the rest of us do. So please do so.
I'm allowed
please
to
continue.
criticize decisions. I'm allowed to criticize decisions during a debate. I want a clarification from the chair, because there's new rules.
There's no new rules. The standing orders are the standing orders.
I'm not allowed to criticize and speak in opposition to decisions during debate. I'm not allowed to?
No.
Not allowed to. Okay, so it's on the record now. People know that as a councillor representing thousands of people in the city, I'm not allowed to speak my mind. I will
Against
continue on.
decisions of council.
I will
That was
continue
the
on.
question,
So which
Councillor
decisions
Peterson
should be-
Peake.
So which decision?
Once a decision is made by council,
We're still in the debate. We're still in the debate on this item.
you were referring to a decisions tonight, which you said
On this item, we're
it's a
still
decision of council.
on this item.
It's a decision of council. Please
Okay,
continue.
Okay. So I will not be able to speak what I think about decisions that just were made. This issue will come back. It will come back. I think there is commitment here from councillors to bring it back. It will come back. We will see. We will see in several months or later this year how long it takes. What council, if it really, really cares for the trees or not, we will see. I had promises that it should be changed. We didn't understand what it meant. We will see. I don't think we should use processes to disguise our position around trees. I think we should be transparent. And if there is a change of agenda, we should just say that. I just want to finish by quickly mention what I wanted to mention before, but I wasn't able to. And I will be quick because I did speak too much on this item in general. The report was useful. I think there were some very important conclusions that this is actually what we should have debated tonight instead of going backwards to deal with something that was never a problem. That is an issue now that is current, and we should have discussed it and focused on it. One of the conclusions from the report that I took is that the city does not have statistics about the loss of juvenile trees and some of the mature trees that we are losing. I think it is great to know now that as a result of the report and council's indication, accepting the report, that we will want to see figures and statistics that we can pull if we're going to find ourselves in the same situation next summer where we are going to lose so many trees. We will have the data. The non-compliance of developers, which is a very useful point to read, which was raised by Councillor Johnson. It was added to the motion, and I thank her for that. I think it flagged that we have issues around developers not treating trees as they should. And I just the other day found the development with a dying tree. I haven't even flagged it with the city yet. Very concerning. I actually saw that by myself, how a tree was neglected. There was concrete next to the trunk. It was really not fenced appropriately. But the tree died. The tree died. I'm hoping that we will increase enforcement actions, as from what the city indicated will happen. The initial figures on page 294 of the report showed to me that there is a clear increase in the number of dead trees being removed, and specifically eucalyptus trees, the number almost doubled from last year. I think it is very significant. Also, another finding about non-irrigation. Also, the report indicated on page 96 that 70 out of 103 trees that died last summer were on non-irrigated veg, which I think proves to me, which is I think it's quite obvious that watering is a substantial component that lead to those trees to die. And the last point is the value of trees. We received as part of the report in addendum. So for those community members that haven't seen it, it was an addendum. The value of the loss, overall loss of the value of all those trees that died, and that was $417,000. But unfortunately, we didn't even spend $30,000 this time around. But we will spend hopefully in the future.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. We have a changing climate. We have, as it says in the reports, we have so many trees dying. We have an urban forest strategy that said we're going to plant trees. I will note the report. I will thank the officers for the report because there's so much devastating but very useful information in it, including in the addendum where it says that 63% of the trees that died, and thank you to Councillor Ossowski for asking this question, were under power lines. So what we heard from the officer during our questions last week was that pruning is bad for tree health. It doesn't let the tree grow to its full potential. We have all these plans, we have all these strategies for increasing trees, and yet when it comes to getting a report, all we want to do is note it and not actually do anything with it. There are local governments all around Perth that are doing such a better job of increasing the tree canopy than we are, and I do hope these comments are taken on board when we are developing our strategies. I fear that it is way, way, way too late, and we're missing a winter planting season of actually keeping existing trees alive, let alone increasing the number of trees that we have. They are the cheapest and most effective way that we can reduce the impacts of climate change and help the health. We heard the mental health, the physical health and the economic health of our community. The trees are low-hanging fruit. It shouldn't be this hard to get more trees in the ground, to keep our existing trees alive, to protect our existing canopy. Yeah, I will note this report, sure, but we should be doing far more than noting it right now when we've got this information in front of us.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? I'm going to say a few words on this report. So, I think it's a really good report. I think there's a lot of great information in this report. And I have a different perspective. I think this tells us that the City of Bayswater is doing an excellent job. The data in this report shows that we have 23,422 trees across the district. Out of 23,422 trees, 132 trees died. That's also compared to 1,213 that were planted. Out of the 132 trees that died, 65%, which is 86 trees, 86 out of 132, were within the last third of their lifespan. That means they died because of, mostly, they're going to die anyway. They're old age, just like us, trees die, and they're going to die. So that leaves us with 52 trees out of 23,422 trees that died. That brings the verge tree mortality rate from 0.5% to 0.2%. So I think as a city, we're doing great with our current trees. So I'm really, really happy with this report and with this investigation. I think this report is being confused and being used to for other agendas than what it's actually showed us. That there isn't really an issue with how many trees are dying. I also want to say a few comments about some of the things that people would say. That if you vote against things, you're against trees, or you don't care about trees, I think is was the terminology used. I will say that I care about people. I care about our residents and I care about our ratepayers and I care about everybody having a voice at this table. And we're a democracy. We're a democracy. We all stand for different things and the community vote us in or vote us out. And I'm being very clear that I stand for choice. I'm very clear that people in our community should have choice. And whether you look at an opt-in or an opt-out, they both give you choice. So really, they're both, good options. Opt-in or opt-out, good options. I think that, what was I going to say? I think that people should remember across our district, regardless of whatever policy council has, you can plant a tree in your verge. You can plant 10 trees in your verge. Nobody is stopping you from planting trees. If you want trees, you can plant trees. So I would encourage everyone who's really concerned about the trees in your verges, plant some more. Offer to, plant it for your neighbours. Go ahead. There is nothing Council is not stopping people from planting trees. We're all for it. And we're all for choice. I support choice. And if you want to look at this data, there's another way you can look at the data. There's always ways you can look at data. You can look that since the policy's changed, according to what's written in here, that the percentage of residents or ratepayers, owners, that have decided not to have their dead tree replaced, whether or not that was the intention of the policy change, not going there. But if you look at it that way, if they now have the choice and they're deciding not to, A, yeah, I'm interested to know the reasons, but B, perhaps you could interpret that we're actually listening to people. We're actually listening to the majority of the residents because they've been given a choice and that's what they've decided. So I guess you can look at data lots of different ways. And that's all I'm going to say on that. I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you. There will be 3,000 trees planted this year. If not on verges, it will be in parks. It is about choice and nothing is stopping anyone who wants to plant trees from going and planting them. What I'm hoping we can achieve by looking at these options and coming back to the policy committee next week, even considering what Councillor Bull said about option 2, by bringing that back to the policy review development committee next week, we can look at all of the different options that can hopefully bring more people on board to wanting trees. We all want trees. We all support growing the canopy. There is no doubt about that. And I hate it that people keep implying otherwise. There is no doubt about it. We are here to increase the tree canopy. We want to increase the tree canopy, but there are more ways to do it. And I'm excited about looking at all of the options through the Policy Review Development Committee so that we can help encourage people on board so we can bring them on the journey. There's a spectrum from 0 to 100, 100 being the idealism. We are somewhere on that journey. We're not all at 100, but we're trying to bring everyone to that 100. So I implore councillors, please, stop implying that we hate trees and we are against the canopy. We are not. We are just looking at different ways to get more people on board to help grow the canopy. And I note the officer's report that I'm moving. Thank you.
I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Peterson-Pigg, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark and Councillor Palmer. That is carried. Councillors, we've now reached 10 o'clock and we will adjourn the meeting for the 5-minute Radford recess. Oh, sorry, 10 minutes. 10 minutes Radford recess. councillors. Now I'll resume the meeting. The next item that's been pulled was item...
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor.
Yes, Deputy.
My apologies. Just before you start, I'd like to say something, if that's all right.
It's not in the standing orders.
I just wanted to issue a public apology.
Anything to help? Please go ahead.
Thank you. I would just like to issue a public apology to Councillor Clark. I apologise for bringing up the comment earlier about workshops.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll now move on to item 10.5.2. It's proposed revitalisation planning Maylands Town Centre. This has been pulled by Councillor Bull. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
No, I'd like to move option 2 with an amendment, please.
Have you provided the amendment?
No, I haven't. I hadn't finished it by the time. I've been working on it all the way through. But I have it. I can read it out.
Has the minute taker got it?
No, I've even been working on it during breaks in the meeting. So, no, I can read it out. So it's option 2 with an amendment.
Just ask the minute taker to get option 2 on the screen. It's 10.5.2.
Lim 1 stays the same. Lim 2 stays the same. A new Lim 3. Yeah, just at Lim 4 remains. The new Lim 4, what will now be numbered Lim 4 remains, but if I can insert a new Lim 3. Requests the CEO to advise MRWA that it is of the view that the cost of the study will likely be not more than and it's $250,000. Stop, full stop. And then in Lim 4, amend the numeral 25 and replace with 250 and replace with 125. Yep. That's it.
Is that correct, Councillor Bull?
Yes, looks.
I'll just confirm with the councillors on the screen that you can see that. Councillors Clark, Palmer and Deputy Mayor, can you see what's on the screen?
No, there's nothing there.
They could just cut and paste it into the chat function.
Can you please let me know once you can see it?
Yes, that's come through. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I'll just give you a minute to read it.
Do you want me to read it out?
Yes, please.
Yeah, sure. That Council 1 supports in principle the undertaking of the revitalisation planning study for the Maylands Town Centre. 2, notes that the City will lead the study with Main Roads WA to provide technical support for the study. 3, requests the CEO to advise Main Roads WA that it is of the view that the cost of the study will likely be not more than $250,000. 4, considers an allocation of $125,000 in the 2022-23 budget as the City's 50% contribution towards the study.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Clark. Councillor Bull?
Thank you, and thanks for indulging me in allowing to put this amendment ahead without question. I appreciate it. So I had a really good chat with the Director of Major Projects around costings in light of the feedback that he gave on Tuesday last week on those costings, and he indicated to me that he's of the view that this could be done for $250,000. So that's where that comes from. What we know when we look at the experience since I've been on council at least, and other councillors, is that there is a better chance of consultation going not as badly if the city runs the project and then delivery of the project following that. And that's because we have got a lot of experience in this, and we know our community, our local community, the organisation has a really good feel for our local community. And so delivering these kinds of projects is appropriately done by the city on that basis. I think doing it in partnership with the state government is appropriate, but acknowledging the feedback from the director that it can be done in half the cost is something that I think we should definitely put forward to ensure that we don't lose this work. I mean, this work is about creating an environment in that area that means that businesses are better supported and people want to spend more time in that area. And that includes locals who live around that area in the walkable catchment. And if people are confident that it is a lovely place to visit, it's designed for pedestrians and cyclists in a way that supports the local businesses, then that can be only a good thing. Doing it by way of a study first is important in terms of getting it right. And given that the 50% funding is coming from Main Roads, there will be limitations on the nature of that study. It just can't be done for, streetscaping and that kind of thing. It is a Main Roads funding pool that it's coming from. So I think on that basis, I think this is a really great opportunity. Once that plan has been completed, it'll give the Mayor and the CEO some real firepower to lobby the state and federal governments to fund the implementation. And given that this is a Main Roads idea, I think that really will give us an opportunity to say to Main Roads, okay, you put this forward, now help us fund this project. So I hope the council supports what I've put on the table.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that we should support this idea in principle. I think it's really important given what's going on, and I acknowledge Councillor Peterson-Pick's advocacy in this area, particularly in relation to some of the underpasses and overpasses and closing things and all the rest of it. He's been very active in advocating on behalf of locals in this area. The bit that I think is important is that the city leads these consultations. We've seen time and time again where if it's happening at a much higher level of government, the consultation doesn't go well. It doesn't quite connect with what people want on the ground. We saw that happen with the brickworks, and I think that was a real shame because that could have been quite spectacular if it had gone in a different way. And the other thing that I would say, though, slightly different to Councillor Bull's Limb 4, is I actually think the state should pay for this. This is all part of all of these big projects. The disruption is caused by that, and this should be paid for by the state government. So I don't know if there's option to vote on it limb by limb, but I have that particular view. When I looked at this, I thought we haven't planned for this. This isn't in the city's forward planning and budgets, and it's unreasonable that we should ask our ratepayers to pay for it.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against?
I don't want to speak against. I've got a question.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to ask questions at this point in time. If I can, through the chair to the director, I just want to get the director's thoughts on this alternate motion.
Sorry, what's the question?
I'd like the director's thoughts on this alternate motion because there's no officer comment on this motion.
Okay, I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, I suppose I need to be careful how I answer this because I don't want to enter into debate. But if we look at it, Limb 1 is the same. I suppose Limb 2 changes it from main roads leading to the city leading for the reasons outlined by Councillor Bull, which I suppose I don't disagree with. I suppose it just becomes a resourcing issue for us, and that's something we'd need to look at if it went that way. In terms of the study being able to be undertaken for $250,000, I suppose my comments around that were in the context of we can do enough work for $250,000. You can spend $500,000, or you can spend $250,000. You can spend whatever you want on this type of study, but I think you can do enough with $250,000 to get a good outcome. And in terms of the contribution, yeah, obviously that's something for council consideration in terms of our current finances and long-term financial plan implications.
Okay, I've just got a follow-up 2 questions, if I may.
Yes.
Okay, so just a follow-up question to the director. So if we're providing I'm just looking at the words. So notes the city will lead the study with main roads to provide technical support for the study. Just in comparison to the officer's recommendation that main roads leads the study with the city providing officer support. So the city leading the study means that they can do the consultation. Does the city providing officer support mean they can do the consultation?
I'll go to the director.
Yeah, I think that would be my understanding. If we're leading the study, we'd be controlling the consultation and doing it through our forums as opposed to main roads doing it through their forums.
Okay, and then my last question. Sorry, just through the chair to the mover. I just want to understand with Limb 4 about considering an allocation of 125,000. If I just want to understand if main roads are offering 250,000, why would we not just try an entire co-funding arrangement with them? I'm just trying to understand the reasoning for that, if I may.
The impression that I got from the report was that this is looked at by Main Roads as a partnership, both in terms of working together and also funding. And so there is nothing in this report that gives any suggestion that Main Roads would be happy for the city to not provide funding. And so if we're fair dinkum about getting this done, and if the impression that is very clear that Main Roads requires a 50-50 contribution, then Limb 4 is required to ensure certainty that this project can go ahead.
Okay, just one last question, if I may, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Through the chair to the CEO, can I just ask, if this motion is supported, is there anything that prevents the city approaching Main Roads saying if it's only going to be 250, how do you guys feel about just giving us that 250?
I'll go to the CEO.
Through the chair, can always ask, Councillor.
Okay, so regardless of whichever motion is supported, we can still ask?
Most certainly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to speak on the motion?
Not at the moment. I'll wait to hear some more of the debate. Thank you.
Anyone speaking against? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just a few questions. I'm not ready to comment yet. I also would like to listen to the debate. First of all, just a question maybe about this motion. It does mention in LIM 3 that it is of the view that the cost of the study will likely be not more than. So I just wanted to clarify, who is of the view? The city? The council. Okay. Okay, thank you. Two questions, if I can, through the chair, to the officers. The officers' report stated, and I'm quoting, that there is no doubt some degree of benefit associated with undertaking the proposed revitalization study, but the report did not provide any details about those benefits, and I'm referring to the main purpose of the study, which is changing the traffic and the road layout of 8th Avenue and Watley Crescent. So my first question is, what are the benefits? What are the benefits of changing the traffic layout?
I'll go to the director.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm not sure that the report talks about changing the traffic layout. It talks about traffic improvements and streetscape improvements. I suppose the only way it talks about the change to traffic layout is what's been suggested at the CAG. It's not suggesting that the study would necessarily do that. So in terms of the benefits, there's a number of benefits that could be achieved. So we're talking about enhanced streetscape, improved traffic calming, a more pedestrian-friendly environment, and potentially larger alfresco areas, etc. So, but until the study's undertaken, I can't clearly define what all of those benefits would be.
So when it talks, and I'm quoting from the report, a review of the layout options for the streets and verges, does that mean streetscaping and not necessarily changing the roads, the direction and the circulation of the roads?
It could mean either, but I suppose the report was referring to just changing the geometry of the roads, I suppose, in terms of wider verges, etc., maybe plateaus for calming, etc.
Thank you. I'm fine for now.
Anyone speaking for the motion? Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, I've just got one more question, if I may, just in relation to the CRG or the community CAG or CRG, whichever one it's called. If I can, through the chair to the director again, the last minutes of the CRG specifically mentioned, and I'll quote directly from the minutes, for another member, the specific requirement to explore a one-way street was not seen as required scope due to the examples of where this has not worked. So do we have an understanding what this specific requirement to explore a one-way street is about?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, my understanding is that was a proposal that was brought forward by one of the reference group members. That's as much as I know in that regard.
So there isn't a specific requirement that we're aware of for main roads to do a one-way street option?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to speak on it?
I'm still considering the new motion,
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Johnson?
Sorry, just a question, please, if I might. I'm not sure who's the right one to answer it. I just noticed in the report that it talks about, in the body of the report, it talks about pedestrian and cycling access as a result of the Caledonian level crossing closure. It says it is proposed that access be improved for pedestrian cyclists at the mainland station underpass.
Sorry, what page?
Sorry. So many versions. I've got page 157. So it's there's a table with some details and proposed timelines, and it's 5 paragraphs after that. If that helps.
Please go ahead.
It just says it's proposed that access be improved for pedestrian cyclists at the Mayland Station underpass as an alternative. I don't know if that's where that is in the mix, but it's certainly not mentioned in the details and proposed timeline. Is that something that's still being explored, and who would be doing that? Where does that fit in?
I'll go to the director.
Yeah, through the chair, my understanding is that's separate to this revitalisation study, and it's more to do with some of the other components of works that are being done as part of the mitigation works associated with the Caledonia level crossing closure. They have started some consultation in relation to bi-directional cycle lanes on Railway Parade, and my understanding is they'll start looking at some of the improvements at Mayland Station in conjunction with that, and principally be some widening of some of the ramps at the station.
So we're not leaving or ruling this option in or out by making this decision, then it's a sort of an ancillary kind of project.
Yeah, through the chair, they're independent.
Thank you.
Would anyone like to speak for the item? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah. Look, I think I will be supporting this one. I am really keen to see some revitalisation planning of the Maylands Town Centre. I feel it is really important. It is certainly important to the businesses in the local area. The only thing that concerns me about this is the funding, where that 125 is going to come from. But however, given that there is still an option there to approach Main Roads directly and see if they'd be open to still giving that 250,000 without a co-contribution, it can't hurt to ask. So I think that I am going to be supporting this because, you know, there are things certainly in the town centre from my perspective and from business owners' perspective that can be done a lot better, and I know that there's been talk around like raising the roads so that there's, you know, no curbing and things like that. Minister Saffioti was out the other week and she seemed quite keen for some aspects of it. So I will be supporting what's on the table.
Anyone like to speak against? Councillor Sazowski.
Thank you. We have Morley, a strategic regional centre, which is desperate for some revitalisation. We have businesses in Morley who are looking for enhanced streetscapes. We have businesses in Morley who are looking for better cycle paths, walkability, and here we are talking about Maylands. We have Bayswater Town Centre, which will be desperate for some revitalisation once the train station's done, and here we are talking about Maylands. I mean, Maylands, yes, it's great. I like Maylands, and I think the city has done amazing things to Maylands over the years to develop that town centre. I just can't believe that we're considering spending another, well, $125,000 on doing Maylands again. It reminds me of the Perth train station. It's constantly being repaved, or the forecourt there's constantly being dug up and repaved, or new chairs. It's like it's just spending money on the same place, not over and over. I think it's the first time that money will be spent on doing a revitalisation, but I just don't think it's necessary at this stage. For me, it feels like a little bit of gold plating at a time when we really don't have the money to be doing some gold plating. So I like the idea of the planning for it, and I like the idea that the city could run the process because they're very good at doing that. I just don't feel as though we're in a financial position at all to be gold plating at this stage. And I agree with Councillor Clark. If Main Roads wants to do it, the state wants to do it, give us the cash and, well, there you go. Go and do it. Pay for it yourself.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak for? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, thank you. Can I just start with a question through you, the Chair, and about this change about who leads the project. So I understand that the officers recommended that Main Roads would lead the project, and this one changes it. So I would like to hear more from the city what the impact will be on the city, but more I'm interested to understand whether the city is considering that we can do that while some of the aspects here are about the roads and are obviously subject to lots of approvals from Main Roads, which I'm assuming that was the reason why we thought that they should lead it. So why it was recommended to have Main Roads lead it originally in the officer's recommendation, and whether we can do that. whether we can do that.
Yeah, through the
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, I suppose the officer's recommendation was for Main Roads to lead it because it can be a time-consuming project. So when you're talking about a project such as this, where there's already some divisions amongst the groups in that area, there's going to need to be a fair bit of negotiation and a number of options looked at, so that will take time. And in terms of whether we can do it, yes, we can do it, but what does it mean in terms of other works? I suppose that's the million-dollar question. And I'm not sure, I'd have to check with our community engagement people, for example, to see what impacts that would have on them in terms of other projects they have. I'm not totally across that. But the bottom line is it would be fairly time-consuming. I've no doubt that we can do it, but we'd have to have a good assessment of what impacts it would have on other projects.
Just a follow-up question, if I can, but less from the resources, which I wanted to know, but more now about the knowledge and our ability to drive those street layouts that this is the basis for this study. It's not about placemaking, I understand. It's about the traffic layer. Are we able to lead those kind of changes? This is what I wanted to know.
Oh, definitely, we have ample experience in both major projects and works and infrastructure to lead that, keeping in mind that we will still be getting technical support from Main Roads as well.
Thank you. Okay, I will just make some comments if I can. Madam Mayor, I just want to make, first of all, some kind of initial comments about this whole project and where it came about. Just to remind people, this is as a result of the closure of the Caledonian Avenue level crossing. We currently have a traffic mess that was created because of that closure. Council supported my motion last year, and I thank councillors, and I think it was unanimous, to send a very strong message to the state government that we think that they should prioritize some of the road changes, such as turning right at Hawthorne Bridge, and provide budget and funding for an underpass. So both of those requests were rejected by the state government. And we are now in a serious problem that impacts people from Maylands, Bayswater and Bedford. Anytime on the way to work, on the other side of the city. We were promised, our community was promised up to $70 million for this project. Only $15 million were allocated. So from my perspective, this is a political sweetener to get us to forget the $55 million that are still supposed to be as part of this project. So what is $250,000, for them? We have $55 million that they still promised us, and they're asking us to contribute more. So I'm a bit agreeing that aspect that they wanted us to go 50-50. I think they should have provided all the money, the 500. It is nothing compared to the $55 million. I think now going back to this project, I think there is a need for that. I don't think it is gold plating, as was mentioned here. If anyone walked and came to Maylands, could have seen the amount of empty shops that we have there. Now it is the time also to look into that, because we have so many developments, as we all know, happening in Maylands. This suburb, and soon Bayswater as well, is currently being developed rapidly. We should look at all those aspects now before we are progressing and having more applications coming, so we know everything is already ready. We have a plan. So I think businesses and residents would appreciate it. I think it is needed, and this is what the state government is willing to give us, unfortunately, but I think we should make the most of it. I support the motion. I do have concerns about LIMP 4 as well. I'm not sure about reducing the money. If they are providing us $250,000, why will we say, just give us $125,000 when they again owe us $55 million in my view? So I would like to ask the chair if we can vote separately on each item, on each LIMP, if that is possible. I do think that they should provide us the money, and at this stage, I would prefer to resolve the long-term financial plan and make sure that we have the funds to commit to implement it. It is my expectation, I want to make it on the record, this is a project that came to us from the state government and they're providing the initial funding. I expect them to also provide significant funds for the implementation. This is my expectation. I would have added it there, but I think that's on the record. Just leaving us with the implementation later on, that will create expectations and they should help us. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Councillor Eveson?
Yeah, I'd like to foreshadow the officer's recommendation, please.
Would you like to speak on this motion?
Yeah, look, it seems we've flushed out a lot of the facts, and a lot of these things can happen if we follow the officer's recommendation. So major projects have said that the cost implication is 250. The MRWA have said that they will provide 250. Let's explore that option. The officer's recommendation allows us to do that. Completely support that it needs to be done. Don't agree that we should be paying for it. So that's my position on it, and that's why I'm foreshadowing the officer's recommendation.
Would anyone like to speak for? Anyone against? I won't be supporting what's in front of me, and the reason for that is, firstly, I don't think LIM 3 is very clear at all. It reads, request the CEO to advise MRWA that it is of the view. So that council requests that it is. I get it now. Thank you for clarifying that bit, the council. Okay, I get that. But I would really remind councillors about our financial position and making these type of commitments when it hasn't been in any plans, when it hasn't been budgeted for, when we're cutting back. I think it was last month that the Morley Streetscape plan came to council at a certain figure and we cut back. I also find it interesting that we've got advice saying the study will likely not cost more than $250,000, and we've got the state government saying they're prepared to spend $250,000. Why would we then, when we don't have the money allocated anywhere or considered, why we would then say, yep, no worries, you've got 250, but why don't you save 125 and we'll put in 125? I understand, being in a partnership, and I think that LIM 2 captures what we can provide at this point in time, that even though, listening to the director, it's going to have significant implications on our own resourcing and how that impacts other projects which are budgeted for and have been approved by council. And I will just go to option 2 in the report and read the conclusion that the officers provided as part of the report. And it says, this option will satisfy elements of the community, in particular the community groups represented on the MRWA Community Reference Group. However, not all residents and business owners may wish the city to undertake this study. Residents outside of Maylands may be dissatisfied with this outcome, especially given the financial outlay required. So it's not just $125,000. It's all the officers' time and resourcing, and do we have to hire more staff to do it, or we don't know. It's just not. I don't see, with the information that I have before me, how something at $125,000, when main roads have $250,000 for this project, I don't see why we would go and offer to save them the money. The state government's got the money, we don't. So for those reasons, I can't support it. I'll go to the mover to close.
Sorry, can I just ask a question before we do that?
I've gone to the mover to close.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for the comments. So the the report says that the 250,000 is conditional on the city also contributing 250,000 based on a 500,000 estimate. As I mentioned in my opening, that we were advised that this can be undertaken for not more than 250,000. However, if the city doesn't offer 50%, then there is every chance that the entire 250 will be taken off the table. It was raised by a couple of councillors that there is the opportunity to have a discussion with Main Roads about whether they would be happy to fund the 250, irrespective, but I'm not comfortable with taking that risk without knowing that the report provides that it is conditional on the city providing 50% funding. We're working on Morley, which is excellent, and we can work on Maylands as well. One of the great things about this organisation is that it is a sophisticated organisation that can work on multiple things. And Morley is a very different precinct to Maylands. And so the nature of the work that we need to undertake in Morley is significant. But just because work needs to be done on Morley doesn't mean that we shouldn't do work on other areas like Maylands. We can walk and chew gum, because at the end of the day, what we're doing is we're trying to create an environment that is more welcoming for people and that supports local businesses and the area as a whole, which is a good thing. If we decide to not support, if council decides to not support this and go to the officer's recommendation, then that is increasing the risk of nothing happening. And I think we should be supporting the local businesses in Maylands, and I think we should be supporting the local community in Maylands who like to go down to Watley Crescent and 8th Avenue there, as well as hopefully it result in more people wanting to visit beyond that walkable catchment. The last thing I'd say is that while it can't be identified in our long-term financial plan right now, we haven't actually done our new long-term financial plan, and we need to do that. But what this does is it gives us the opportunity to introduce this into our strategic documents. And I would hope that if this is successful, that our advocacy strategy would be updated to reflect the need to deliver on the outcomes of the plan.
Thank you. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark and the Deputy Mayor. All those against? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Johnson and myself. And sorry, Councillor Palmer, how did... Against?
I'm voting against, thank you.
And Councillor Palmer. So that is lost, and we go to the foreshadowed motion, which was foreshadowed by Councillor Eveson. That's the officer's recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Peterson-Pick. Councillor Eveson.
I think we've done this one like we have many items tonight. Look, I mentioned in the reason for the foreshadowing this motion, so I agree it needs to be done. Don't believe that we should be paying for it. The state's got quite a bit of money. Last time I checked in budget surplus. This is a problem that they have definitely created. I'd like to see them fix it.
Councillor Peterson-Pick. That's fine. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll second and support this on the table, because if we don't support this, then there's nothing. The principle's still the same. You know, we do support a revitalisation planning study for the Maylands Town Centre. You know, whilst not ideal, it's, if you don't support this, then there's nothing left there to support. Thank you.
Would anyone like to speak against? If not, I'll put it... Councillor Bull.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to say that I think we should be really excited about this. Everyone's kind of down in the dumps, but here is an opportunity to revitalise one of our main town centres. This is a good thing. Now we find ourselves in a situation where we're going to go to Main Roads and say, yes, we support it, but we're not going to help you other than to provide, what is it called? Officer support for the study. But guys, like, this is actually amazing. The state government is, notwithstanding the comments, which I think are fine, the state government still has come down and said that they are going to spend $250,000, but it is conditional. Anyway, I think we should be really excited about it. I'm disappointed that my motion didn't get up. I think there is a higher risk that this will not go ahead now. But I am going to support it because I like the idea of revitalising our town centres. And I think that is something that we should be pumped about.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak? Was that against or for? Anyway.
I'm against it, but I'm still going to vote for it.
Okay. So anyone for the motion? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, look, I was supportive of Councillor Bull's motion. I did have concerns, as I mentioned, with regards to LIMP 4, so I was hoping that we can vote separately. As I mentioned, they offered $250,000. You know, I didn't want to reduce it to $125,000, and that was the reason. I think I don't see any risk that they will take the money because we don't provide 50%. I think it will be more than rude. It will be outrageous. As I mentioned, they promised a lot of money for this area, and it has been taken to other areas, probably the western suburbs. They have lots of underpasses apparently now happening, Claremont. So, yeah, I think they will provide the $250,000, and I hope that they will also provide money for the implementation because it is needed.
Thank you. Anyone like to speak against?
Just go on.
Councillor Palmer?
No, nothing.
Because your microphone's on.
Oh, is it? Oh,
We can hear you. Anyone against? Anyone for? I'll go to the mover to close.
I think it's...
Okay, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is... Sorry, Councillor Palmer, I can't see your hand. I can't see your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. Councillors, I've been advised by Councillor Clark that she'd like to pull 10.5.1, which was before that. So I will go to... No? No, it's not confidential. So, Councillor Clark, are you moving the officer's recommendation?
No, so I'd like to vote against it and speak against it if possible. It has confidential components to it. I can probably speak to it without going into confidential if that helps.
Okay. Do I have someone who'd like to move the officer's recommendation? Councillor Bull. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Eveson. Councillor Bull.
As I said last time, this needs to be expedited. It's making life really difficult for people in and around the area, but it increases the pace in which this can be done, but also in a way that ensures safety for the workers. And on that basis, I will support it.
Thank you, Councillor Eveson.
Yeah, similar. Look, it's not a great shutdown strategy, but it's the safest and most effective to get it done. So that's fine for it.
Anyone like to speak against? Councillor Clark.
Yes, so I understand that this needs to happen, but what I am doing is a bit of a protest vote here. I have serious concerns about the safety in relation to the Bayswater train station. I've raised this before. I think I've been written up in the newspaper as having bemoaned the project. I think the project will be fantastic when it's done. I think, though, there needs to be significant work in keeping it much, much safer. And obviously we've recently had a 200-kilo panel fall off the bridge onto a car, and it's lucky that no one was killed. So it's good to see that WorkSafe was down there, but the whole place was open again within 24 hours. I'm not assured that and confident that the project is safe for workers, is safe for pedestrians walking under the bridge, safe for people riding their bikes in the new paths. In particular, in relation to this item, and I will definitely try not to go into the confidential, the consultation again is not good enough. In fact, we even discover that 2 projects run by the state government aren't talking to each other, so the dates were all wrong. And this is no fault of anyone in the city or anything, but so the closure dates that are proposed are actually different to what was consulted on. Now, you can sort of go, oh, well, it's not that different. Everyone's just putting up with it. They are putting up with it, but it actually affects business. It affects businesses. It affects locals who live in the area, in particular Mertone Village and Durham Road School as well. So they're 2, amazing places and organisations, but access is a really big part of how they operate and how they do their things. So they should, there should have been extensive consultation with them and support for them. And I think that the city, we have a role to play in supporting some of those local businesses a bit more as well. So look, I understand it's a protest vote. I understand it needs to be closed. The way it's been done from beginning to end, it doesn't seem to be improving either. So I hope it can improve, and I hope the site can become safer.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak for? Anyone against? Councillor Johnson.
You'll not be surprised. I also protest that we are being asked to endorse a temporary closure, which is actually 1.5 years, so my mind's not temporary. I know it is the process that for long closures, local governments have to close the roads. I know it's a process, and I know they're going to be doing dangerous stuff above, and we don't want anything falling down. I completely get all of that. We're being asked to close the roads to pedestrians and cyclists and cars and other vehicles for 1.5 years for a project that our community hasn't seen yet. It's sort of all last way around as far as I'm concerned, and I protest.
Thank you. Anyone like to speak for? Anyone against? If not, I'll go the mover to close. Put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, and myself. All those against is Councillor Clark and Councillor Johnson. Okay, we'll now move on to item 10.6.1.2, Proposed Local Planning Policy Sustainability in Design Policy. Councillor Clark, you have a financial interest, so I'll just ask the minute taker to put you in the waiting room. So I'll just confirm that's been done. Yep. So do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor, do I have a seconder? Councillor Bull, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I'll just move it. I'll just make a note to the councillors that weren't able to attend the meeting there that there was one amendment to that one. Let me just pull that one back up again. Sorry, I just got to find the one amendment to that one was the cool fencing that has been added into that, to writing to the Minister for Commerce to consider cool fencing in Dividing Fences Act. I'll leave it to one of the other councillors if they want to expand on that, or if any councillors have any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Would anyone like to speak against? I'll just make a comment that I didn't agree with the amendment that was put on the basis that the local government has no control over Dividing Fence Act. So I didn't support the amendment at the committee. Anyone like to speak for? Councillor Johnson.
Sure, thank you for that. In general, this policy asks us to address more sustainable designs, or planning policies for our residents and future residents within the city of Bayswater to make their houses more comfortable to live in with reduced running costs. That's the gist of it. So it's a fantastic direction for us to go. West Australia in general is not renowned for doing a great job of this. So whatever we can do at a local level is a great benefit to the future residents of the city. I was trying to figure out if some of that stuff was confidential, so I don't think so. Just someone shut me up if I'm going too far. Just to say, and some of the feedback that we got when this one went out to consultation was that fences should also be considered as part of the cool design, because they can also be, hot designs, metal reflecting heat, and because dividing fences are not within our jurisdiction, it seemed incumbent on us to do something with that feedback that we got back, which is why I moved that we just request to the state government that when they look at their dividing fences, they can maybe take that into consideration, because we've received that feedback from our residents, so it just was handy to pass it on. But in general, I think this is a really awesome innovation, and cool roofs. It all sounds very cool. It's cool design and cool cities, and it's going to be very cool.
Thank you. Anyone against? Anyone for? I'll go to the mover to close. No, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. Could you please get Councillor Clark back?
14.1.1, if you go back, which I think was missed. But
Best confident.
yeah.
Councillor Clark, that was carried. So that's all the items under section 10. I'll now ask if there is a mover to remove the remaining items on block. Deputy Mayor, do I have a seconder? Councillor Maleka, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. So we'll now move to notices of motion. 11.1, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor complaints under Division 3 of the Code of Conduct.
Yes, thank you. I would like to move what you see on the table with, if I can, just one minor change in limb 2. After the comma, in the middle, it mentions "and councils" are completely removed, and I just want to change it to "and local governments are completely removed." Instead of council, replace the word councils with local governments in limb 2.
I'll just confirm with the CEO whether that's a minor amendment. Yep, that's fine. Do I have a seconder?
It's not complicated, guys.
If I don't get a seconder, it will lapse.
Mayor, I think both of them.
Sorry. Oh, good.
I'm happy. Sal, you go for it. It's fine.
Councillor Palmer seconding. Go ahead, Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, this is the third time that we are discussing this issue. I think we did it in the last 3-4 months. Last meeting, if you recall, Council decided not to support a new policy with regards to complaints. I thought that we should close the debate. We didn't have the opportunity back then to vote on what I proposed back then, and both the mover and I think the second incorporated it to the motion last month, but it failed. So I brought it again. And it's quite straightforward. You can see it. I didn't think we just need to, reject the policy and leave it with that. I thought we should indicate to the state government why we are so concerned, and whatever happens, even if we are compelled to continue with this new framework, I think we should flag with the state government that I think every resident who makes complaints against elected members should feel confident that the complaints are being looked at and investigated and decided on in a forum that does not involve the people that the complaint is about or colleagues of that person. Same with councillors making complaints. Sorry, one step back. Again, and it goes also the other way. There are residents, and I think we all know, we all have residents that really don't like us. And I would be very concerned that we will receive complaints, vexatious complaints, and they are being decided here in this form. You know, councillors might know that person, might feel uncomfortable. I'm not sure that any councillor would want to be in this situation, that they need to make a decision with regards to those complaints. Same again with councillors making complaints against councillors. I think that they should be in a unbiased form, independent form. I am not aware of any system, let's say parliament. I don't think parliamentarians are investigating and making decisions about complaints against their fellow parliamentarians, public servants. You know, there are panels for that, separate panels. So why did they come up with this? And the reason is obvious. It is to save money. Save money, shift costing, like it's always happening now. But I think this is too serious to actually play with that. I think it will just bring, and I'm talking generally about all councils, not only us, it will bring more cracks, more tensions, fractions among councils in our state. I'm very concerned about that. Complaints deserve to be looked at seriously in a proper forum. So this is essentially what I'm suggesting here, just to write a letter and hoping that the regulations will be amended.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do echo everything that Councillor Ellie Peterson-Pick has said, and we had this coming up, as I say, last time round. It won't hurt to actually write to the Minister and let him know exactly our concerns against, what is being put on the table. It really is unfair to councillors and to residents as well. If a resident makes a complaint, that they then become an issue central to council rather than a separate body. And I won't go on about it because I did that last week. So I'm just supporting Councillor Peterson-Pick's motion here. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Look, there's two main reasons why I'm going to vote against this one. The first one is I will raise what was brought up at the last council meeting, what was voted down, which was Lim 2, and I'll just read Lim 2 of what was voted down, which was authorises the Chief Executive Officer to appoint a suitably qualified investigator to investigate complaints received under the Code of Conduct. So we had that on the table in front of us last month, and that was not supported. Now, what we have on the table in front of us is what I'd read is pretty much the same thing about having an independent person, but it sounds like wants it to come underneath where all of the more serious complaints go. Now, I was with the Mayor at a function where Minister Carey spoke on Friday the 6th of May, and it's mentioned in the report there on page 167. The Minister made it abundantly clear that anything that was just a minor Code of Conduct breach. He didn't want the, what did he call them? Sorry, I can't remember the name. I'm just having one of those mental blanks. He didn't want their independent investigators tied up with those kind of things. He wanted them just to be, because he said there's so many that come out through just the minor Code of Conduct stuff that they would be tied up forever in that, and they wouldn't actually be able to investigate the serious misconduct complaints. So that was the two main things he had on that one. Sorry, he had two main topics that day, and that was one of them about not tying up the independent time with that stuff. So this, my understanding, will have to come back. The Council Code of Conduct policy will have to come back again. And I think that we had the opportunity there to support, and I think we should still reconsider about supporting for an independent investigator. the minister has made it also abundantly clear that apart from, you know, not wanting to tie up the independence that they have for the major misconducts, that sorry, I'm just lost my train of thought then. For the minor behavioural issues, that this was something. No, I apologise. I'm just trying to remember his exact words from that day. No, I'm sorry, I've completely lost it. But I'll just read, you know, that point there on page 24.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, are you speaking for? Yes.
Yeah, sorry, Vera, I was distracted by the background ringing noise. I think I'd like to support this. I've spoke previously about the issues that I have with this. The more I look at it, the more I now go back again through the model code of conduct. The issue, I think, you know, Councillor Deputy Mayor makes a good point in terms of an independent investigator. We should definitely have that, and we should definitely go towards that. But the issue I have is that the decision maker on whether there's a breach or not is the council. So we are really, you know, judge, jury and executioner of our own colleagues around the table. And as Councillor Peterson-Pick raises, of members of the public, which may or may not have a legitimate complaint, very quickly it can get vexatious. I think very quickly it can get quite nasty. And it's just going to lead to politicisation. So to think that it won't go down that path, I think, is a very sort of Pollyanna view of how councils actually operate in practice. It should be independent. It should be an independent body separate to the council and separate to the CEO that determines this. And yes, it costs some money, you know, but that is, having a best practice complaints process will cost money. And everyone should actually have faith in a system where they can put in a legitimate complaint and that it is heard impartially and fairly and with procedural fairness, and that it is independently determined. There's no way when it comes to a council situation that you can say that when we're commenting on something that might have happened in relation to council, that we are independent or impartial or not biased. I mean, we're all going to be biased, and we're all going to be perceived to be biased. I just don't think it's a system that's going to work long term. The other bit in reading the code, the suggested, I mean, the model code of conduct, I mean, it's not really a model, it's really a choose your own adventure exercise. And you're going to have various local councils doing various different things with what is evidence and what is not evidence, what is a statement from a witness and what is not a statement from a witness. And they get to determine what the procedural fairness looks like. I mean, that will be done completely differently. There will be no equity, no consistency, no systems in place for that. I think the policy that the city put to us went some way to try and create those systems, but I think it's fundamentally flawed. So I think we should write and see and put these arguments forward.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? Councillor Bull.
Sorry, I'll just make a comment. So the reason why I didn't support the policy was because I fundamentally don't agree with mediation provisions being in the policy, because the nature of the process doesn't lend itself to mediation. And so while there are mediation provisions in the policy, I just can't support it. What the system that's before us is a political process, and personally, I'm not that concerned about it. We see, although we do see it play out in the US system actually, impeachment of official officers is then determined by the Congress and then the Senate. So that is a political process where the ultimate arbiter are the chambers in those jurisdictions. I can see where Councillor Peterson-Pick's concerns are coming from. If it is the case that the state government wants local governments to be the final decision maker. You know, it's a political process, and you know, I personally am not too stressed out about, you know, the decision being a political process.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your comments for and against. There is no issue, and I will respond to some of the comments. There is no issue, obviously, with the suggestion to have an independent person. That's not the issue. As was mentioned, it is about who is making the decisions. This is the most important aspect of this framework, and it will be us, these councillors. I didn't indicate in the motion which body needs to do that, whether it's the the current panel that we have or someone else. This is something for the state government to decide. Council rejected the policy, but the policy can still come back, and I'm assuming that it will come back for a second trial, but it doesn't stop us from raising our voice and raise the concerns that we have. Why, in my view, why would any councillor want to make decisions with regards to complaints against fellow councillors in the same chamber? I don't understand that. Why any councillor would have the desire or would think like, oh, I'm ambivalent. I'm not ambivalent to this issue. I think it's very serious. There are so many divisions. Just for policy issues, that's fine. That's part of the process. But I'm concerned about to personal levels. I'm concerned about that aspect. And there's more we can do there. You can put trees issue aside and move on to the next item. Personal issues and we'll just...
Sorry, Meg, can I just interrupt?
Have you got a point of order?
No, I can't. On the audio that I'm on, Councillor Peterson-Pick's not audible. I don't know if it's me or...
Same as mine. It's similar. It has a double echo.
Should I try this? Is better? Yeah, okay, so maybe it's mine. Okay, so I'll just finish. There are so many divisions anyway, on policy grounds and other stuff. And I think we should aim to not support something that will create more factions. And for 100%, in my view, it will split us and any council. So I hope councillors will support it. And it's only a letter.
I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson. All those against? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor and myself. That is carried. So we'll now move on to item 12. Questions from members without notice. Are there any questions from members without notice? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. And given the lateness of the hour, I'll be as quick as I can. In item 12.1, why were not all the questions that were put in that meeting then documented in this agenda? Some of them were, but some of them weren't. So I'm happy to take that on notice, but there were a number that weren't documented in any way there. My second question, and I'm happy to send this through to the minute taker afterwards if that assists, is around trees and carbon targets. So we have a target for tree canopy and also for carbon. Would it be possible for council to receive quarterly updates as to how we're tracking against those targets? Perhaps we'll go through audit and risk. I don't mind as long as it's documented and publicly available. My third question is whether extra trees on King William Street could be planted, and if so, where could those go? There seems to be some suggestion that we might have to wait until Metronet's finished building, but are there spaces in the meantime that we could plant more trees? My fourth question is around OAG and whether the Mayor would consider writing to OAG and the responsible State Minister and ask that they ensure that our audited accounts are not as late as they have been this year, and ask what they're going to do to make sure it doesn't happen again next year. The other thing was, Mayor, you mentioned about meeting training. An email went round towards the end of March this year about meeting training. I said yes, subject to it being on Zoom for COVID and health reasons. Is that now going to be arranged, even if it's just for some councillors rather than all?
I can answer that question now.
Okay, sure.
Yes, it will be.
Okay, fantastic. Will that then be documented in the table of questions? I'd like to see all of these documented, because otherwise it doesn't ever get written down in the system. Then my other question is around the CEO review committee and training. I have a memory of former councillor Barry McKenna saying that there were new requirements for councils to have some quite intensive training around the CEO review committee. So I wanted to know whether we were planning to do that, and is it the whole council or just the committee, the members of that committee who are having that training? And then my final question is around the policy committee next week. Could that procedurally, could that be public and also be streamed and then be public in the future as well? Thank you.
Any other questions without notice? Councillor Peterson-Pitt.
Thank you. Just a few questions. The first one, I hope I'm not wrong, but I don't recall that we had an AGM of electors this year. We had?
No.
So can we get advice what's happening with the AGM of electors? It used to be in December, January, February, March.
So a public question was asked on this tonight.
Yes.
But I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, so we're awaiting for the finalisation of the 2021 financial statements before we announce the date of the annual general election. We're waiting for the Office of the Auditor General to finish their audit of the accounts.
So why did we saw such a delay this year? Because it was always in December, January, March, the latest. Why?
I believe the Office of the Auditor General have a significant workload. They're auditing a number of local governments and are getting through as quickly as they can. I spoke to them this week and they advised that they should have the final accounts very, very soon for us.
Thank you for that. Second question is about electronic petitions. I know the council resolved a few years ago, or maybe it was last year, to have a system for electronic petitions. I remember that we received an update several months ago that it's happening. Can I get an update? Can take it on notice what's happening with that?
Take it on notice.
Yeah, on notice, thank you. The next question is about the question that was asked at the beginning of the meeting by one of the Maylands Lakes residents with regards to the poisoning by the city of some trees around one of the lakes. I would like some clarification if only casuarinas were poisoned, because I understood that also paper bark were poisoned and other species. So I just would like
I'll go to the director.
Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, both casuarinas and melaleucas were poisoned through that process.
And that's it. Okay.
That information was also...
It was mentioned, I remember that. I just wanted to clarify that it's not, because I had paper barks as well and I had other species, but I understand it's not the case. So I will ask them to get photos if that is the case, and maybe they're
Sorry,
wrong.
paperbark is a melaleuca.
Oh, okay, thank you for that. So follow-up question. So why are we poisoning paper barks?
Through the chair, it's part of a process of restoring the vegetation there. So it's removing excess vegetation, so it allows other plantings to occur there to get a more balanced environment there for the future.
So because I remember discussions about casuarinas and the needles for the growth, the understory growth. I remember a lot of discussions about it. I don't remember melaleuca paperbarks. So the city is of the view that melaleuca and that type is very bad for the Maylands Lakes. Is that correct?
Through the chair, there is a plan that's being implemented in that area. What I can do is actually provide more information to councillors regarding how that plan's being rolled out in that area and why we're doing the things we're doing out there.
Thank you so much. My final question is about related to the questions that were asked today about the tree canopy coverage, and understand that we are now reaching 14.55% tree canopy. Are we able to receive the changes to the tree canopy targets for each year during the last 5 years, so we can understand how much we advanced? What was the growth?
Through the chair, that canopy coverage was measured using LiDAR technology. That's done every 3 years. So it's basically, it's a bit of a process involved in terms of trying to get those measurements done. So we do it every 3 years. We don't do it any sooner because of the complications of getting that information and processing that information.
So are we able to see the figure 3 years ago and the figure 6 years ago?
Yes, we can. There is actually an app. We've prepared an app. All councillors have access, and the public has access to that app, which shows the 2018 versus the 2021
Right.
changes. So you can actually look at it visually on the map and zoom into the different areas, and you can see the actual stats that go with it as well.
So if you can provide those figures and the link to that app, that will be useful.
I can do that, yes.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions from members? No, I'll move on to item 13, new business of an urgent nature. Do I have any of that this evening? No. We'll move on to item 14, which is confidential items. We have 2 confidential items this evening. Can I please have a mover and seconder to go behind closed doors? Councillor Eveson, seconded Councillor Maleka. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillors Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against is Councillor Ostrowski, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bull. Can we please close the doors?